think everything's in good working order at the minute. We'll see whether it continues to behave. Okay, sound is still working. That's the backup. Yeah, today's been a bit of a scrambled mess. Just bear with me. Everything is fine. I'm just very disorganized, and I woke up late today, so everything got thrown off a bit. Probably should stay with lady here. Make things easy. We can get Nina a level to catch her up to everybody else, so let's go ahead and do that. Other than that, we're okay. I meant to do the bookkeeping before I started today, just to give us a nice clean start. And then I forgot. And then I also ended up waking up late, like I said, and it just turned into a whole thing today. Still didn't figure out how to fix this goddamn broken map either. Which, it's not bad because the map still works, but, you know, it's not good to look at. There's the map. The map looks fine on this screen. It just looks bad in the minimap for some reason. This door over here is still locked, I think. I also considered doing a reset and then getting back to this point off screen to deal with the fact that I've got a 40% ratio right now, which is a problem. But I don't think it'll become a problem this session. If there need be, I can always do that next time. I think we want to go up. There was an elevator around back that I'm curious about, so I'm going to check the elevator around back first. I know I'm being indecisive, that's because I'm trying to wrap my brain around what we did last time. Oh right, we can't go there from here. We do have to go up to get there, but we've already gone to the end of that, so we don't need to do anything there. Brain is catching up, don't worry. We'll get there. For anyone who missed last time, the VOD is already posted on YouTube and such, so need be, you can do all the catch-up you need to do. Otherwise, to bring you up to pace, everything's kind of screwed. Our own side betrayed us because we kind of made a pact with this weird dead dragon thing, and we released Nina here from captivity with a weird biocorporation. Lynn here was a part of the not quite terrorist group that was responsible for that all starting to come apart a bit. We helped to engineer the train we were on derailing, which caused us to start using our powers a bit. That was not the goal of doing that. That was intending to release Nina for purposes we haven't gotten into yet. Let's see. Yeah, this is the elevator I was looking at before, which is the useless elevator. I'm going the wrong way. But yeah, that whole situation's a little bit complicated. We're working together for the time being because we don't have any other real choices. Because all of the Rangers, which is essentially the military/police of this world, all want us dead because the leadership knows what we are and does not agree with our existence. They still view dragons as the destroyers of all life, and don't really want that happening again. Because there was a cataclysm way back when, which forced all life underground. which, based on the way that's been worded so far, presumably is at the very least being blamed on dragons. Whether dragons actually did it or not is up for debate currently. You would need out-of-game knowledge to know for sure one way or the other on that one, at the current state of things. And while that's not a full recap, that's an adequate recap, I think. And thankfully, we don't need to worry about friendly fire, so nothing really to worry about there. I believe we'd get more money the less times we had to hit that thing, considering the body was being carved away thing was popping up. I would assume that means I would have had to have one-shot it to get maximum money. Or it's the reverse and I have to hit it more and more to get more and more money. Could go either way with that one. Now, it's unfortunate that we've got all these damn plasmas in here. What I'm gonna do is preemptively switch my weapon over to the Ranger Edge, so I don't have to worry about which one I'm hitting. And Nina can stand Thor's hammer. I just need to make sure not to hit the yellow plasma with her until I have a chance to switch her weapon. I would love to split those up, but they're not really going to play ball with that idea. So we're just going to go all in. Let's not go straight in... No, I have to go straight into blow up, because I can't get a combo going without losing the AP to do the shot. Just do that first and then do something. I'll probably have Lynn and myself focus on the electric plasma and Nina just hit everything else. As long as she can. So it may not be a bad idea to have me go in on the three of them as well, since I have at least one wide swing. The electric tends to be the bigger problem, because of exactly that, yeah. The fact that he's got a very nasty line attack. We might be in trouble here. Correction, we are in trouble here. Before I commit to attacking, go ahead and... You have a tonic, right? Yes. Bring Nina back. We can use as many healing items as we want, thankfully, so I can just kind of fix this. Don't have any... Wait, no, we do have a group heal. It's a little overkill, but at the rate we're going, this is probably necessary. Gonna go ahead and heal the whole team in one go, save us some time. Yeah, that didn't really amount to anything. Should have rust armored first, but I did bad math. Nothing new there, really. No. I'm gonna have Lynn move just slightly over here. And then... Now, move over just ever so slightly more. I know it's putting her in an awkward spot. That's because I don't want her to knock the... Actually, no, I won't be able to knock him around at all anyway. Because if I knock him, I'm not going to be able to use the big blast anyway. There we go. Not ideal, but it worked at least. Buried in messages. While their turn's going, give me a moment to attend to that. Of course their turn was fast, because of course it was. Now, one moment either way. Okay, that attends to all of that. As you know, busy, 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 busy. All times, always, busy, busy, busy. Ah, okay. And I know the music's freaking out a little bit because I tabbed away from the game. So it's a little grumpy just in general because of the amount of things going on screen right now. Let's see if she can get rid of the 2 slimes. I should have targeted the fire one. Make sure she can keep the targeting going. Not that it really matters because she wasn't doing a combo. There we go. Where did the other thing go? I looked away, of course, and it is fucked off to Lord knows where. She can't hit this with her current magic. I need to switch to that. Oh, I should say she can hit it, but it would heal it. So let's not do that. But as you can see, things are under control again now. Everything is just fine. Plasma. Now, where did the little bastard run off to? I'd assume away from us, which would be this way. I can rotate the camera. There he is, he's down in the hole. Okay. They didn't get far yet. Because I believe they try to run. Since they're, you know, the money monster. It's gonna make it to that door. There's nothing I'm gonna be able to do to stop that. None of the weapons we have enough reach. And nobody has enough move to catch up to that fucking thing. It's just gone. It wants nothing to do with what we're about. Because it knows what's gonna happen to it if we catch it. But that is your demonstration also that monsters can retreat just like we can. If they're fighting a losing battle, some monsters will just get the fuck out. Clean these up just so we can have those on hand. Especially since Nina doesn't actually have Frost yet. Now she's got the basic of the 3 elements. I'm also not sure what we stole. We stole something. Oh, I think it's this extra jolt I've got. So I saw the steel prompt pop up, I just didn't remember what it popped up for. Okay. That should have me all caught up on all the things. Until people all start going crazy again. So let's see. Nah, I don't really need more levels at the moment. I don't have any good traps. Let's see if we can kill this thing now. Because that's the kicker to them retreating, is they don't go anywhere when they retreat. It just resets the fight. Okay, it can't be slowed. That makes sense. Because if it could be slowed, that thing would be screwed. Yep, it's going on the offensive this time. And it hits hard. It's certainly no slouch in terms of murder. Okay, it can be burned. I realized right as I clicked flare, like, wait, it threw flare. Doesn't that mean it might heal from this? Uh-oh. So you want to be careful hitting things with the move they use, of course, because there's a decent chance of them being that element straight up, and that'll mean you can't hurt it with that without fucking yourself over. You also want to keep an eye on the text that pops up on screen when you hit enemies, because some of them have special effects that happen when you hit them with, say, magic, like the Rafflesia we dealt with last time. That became so powerful we straight up could not kill it, so we had to retreat. So yeah, you're gonna want to be careful about that kind of thing as well. Everything is running right, yeah? Yeah, okay. Had a weird moment there where I'm like, did I forget to unmute? But now I'm unmuted and the audio is dancing on the screen, so I know we're good to go. Actually, yeah, these things are a perfect example how their elemental attacks weaken when you hit them with something that isn't their element. And of course, the combo system is the most important thing you need to keep in mind with this game. You need to make sure to use your combos. Ideally, use the actual special combos when you remember what they are and actually have the things to use them. Okay, I can just switch Nina to using Thor's hammer on her turn. I'm gonna inch a little closer and then shoot that one. This way I don't have to move too far on my turn, because that burns a lot of my AP. Oh, that was a great turn, Lynn. Good job. Way to not hit the broadside of a barn. The only reason I'm switching back to Thor's hammer is it is a slightly stronger staff. So since it does not matter which spell I'm hitting these with particularly, I may as well use the strongest one I've got. Okay, so he's a non-issue. He'll be easily dealt with. He's going to get his turn, which is annoying. Not a serious issue. The fact that we are slower than these guys is a problem. Oh god. Okay, he doesn't get 2 turns though, we're fine. We're okay. Everything's fine. We're only slightly burned. Let's see if I can finagle this so that I have 60. Yeah. Slice. Hurt slice. Deathbringer. Because even with my max damage on these, since they're very physical resistant, I still don't do a whole hell of a lot. Oh, there we go. And you can fit in that and that. I knew Nina was going to get a turn before the slime, so it didn't matter to heal her at the moment. We can always heal her after the fight's over. Which, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other as far as that goes, but I just prefer to do it after so I can focus more on the bookkeeping and not have to worry. I may as well pick these up even though we have established that all skills are worth 60 to sell. And it's not like you can stack the skill multiple times to get stronger versions or anything. You just are stuck with it. I meant to look up whether fairy drops were single use or not, and I forgot. I don't remember if I looked up the answer and forgot the answer, or if I forgot to look it up. But the end result's the same. I don't know. So I want to go check on the fairy colony, because by now they probably finished digging out at least one room. But I don't want to waste the item to get to that, so we're kind of stuck with that one at the minute. Till we get to a town. Or I give in and decide to use it. Seen in a speed boost, okay. Handy stuff I probably won't really be making that much use of. Please. Oh boy, that didn't do a lot of damage. Okay, that's a problem. Well, you know what we do with problems? We burn them. In this case, with electricity. That's a stronger bee than the one we were dealing with last time, I think. Because, I seem to recall them dying when I hit them. That one's not dying. And that is a concern. I also think it's bigger than the ones we fought last time, but that might just be my memory. Dang it. Rate this is going, may as well just do a double blow up. Nice. Didn't kill, but that's fine. Because Nina will get another turn before they do. Actually, at this rate, I can hit them with lightning. It will probably do slightly more damage. Seven. Yeah, lightning definitely does more damage than 2 jolts. Okay. I figured, but I wanted to do the math right quick on that. Since one way or the other, it wasn't going to be a kill this turn. Just for my own verification. So can I just say, I'm getting tired of getting poisoned. Like, already tired of getting poisoned. There we go. The only special I know our character has is the X slice, but that involves using the side slice we aren't currently equipped with. Let's go ahead and give Lynn and myself one more hit of move. I'm not gonna bother giving Nina much move, because she already has the most move of all of us, I think, at the moment still. Because her armor is still the lightest. Let's double check my nonsense on that. 32... Yeah, actually, I have the most move now, because of the fact that I've been pumping a bunch in, and I have the light suit now instead of the heavier shit I was wearing. But I also need the most move because I am stuck going into melee. So I should have given 2 to Lynn. Hindsight being 20/20. She also needs debatably the least amount of move though, since she, I think, has more range than Nina. I think she has more range than Nina's attack spells. Can't really 100% guarantee that. Now, without actually measuring. Actually, I think it says on their skills what the range are. Yeah, hers is 600. Mine's 150, of course. And 400, yeah. So Lynn having the least move is okay, because she has the longest range. Thinking the map will be in the pause menu, but it's in its own special menu. which is on circle for some reason. I mean, it's handier to reach, but it's just weird when you get used to so many games that use all the face buttons for something, and then that ends up being on select or something. Oh, this place looks friendly. And I guess that's the table she was being worked on. From that look, I'd say yeah, probably. Can I help you? The experimental genic. Didn't we ship that out already? Was there a malfunction? Dun dun dun. Genic? Shipped? Oh, no. The ventilator's filthy. You've got to take better care of these. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? You have to understand. I spent a lot of time making this one, I did. I cloned lung cells, grew the filter organs. This is a top-of-the-line anti-pollutant model. My best work so far, I might add. Head-shaking competition engaged. Entirely designed to suit your needs. Was there a problem? What? Now, don't get mad. We could learn a lot from this guy so we can actually figure out how to help her. But I must tell you, the lungs are at a terminal stage. We can't replace them either. Ooh. Might not have been a great thing to say at that particular time. What are you talking about? This is a she. Nina's human. What have you done to her? Answer me. What? What's going to happen to Nina? The prototype wasn't designed for durability. It's only a matter of time before the filters fail. What if I took her someplace where the air was clean? And the air gets worse every day. If it stays any longer in this environment, she is a goner, I'm afraid. You people are sick. Let's go, Nina. Hey, Magus. The sky. That's where the air is clean. I'll save you, Nina. Now, to be fair to the scientist, he has the perspective of her not being human, so the way he's reacting to her is not unreasonable. Like, all things considered, he was actually pretty decent about that whole thing. He could have been a complete asshole and not told us anything. Especially considering we kind of just, out of nowhere, whacked him in the face. He was rather understanding about the whole thing. But we do now have the ultimatum of, if we don't get Nina out of the underground, Nina dies. So that's an issue. especially considering there is currently no known exit to the underground. Now, it popped up a message saying he had a radio, so it was dangerous to attack him. I did not really pay attention to that. Should've. I do believe that's how we ended up with that huge pile of soldiers the last time. So, we might have another big dog pile problem coming up. And if we do, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yep, there they are. That's a problem. But how you doing, Magus? Now that the plot is out of the way. And put the plasma mazer back on. First hammer's probably as good as I'm gonna get. This is going to be complicated. Especially when it doesn't give me control back before he just runs into me. That's kind of rude, game. We're gonna stay near this door that I can retreat through, though. So that need be, I can just get the hell out. Can I get Nina in a position where I can hit the guy behind this one? Not looking like I can. I'm gonna try. Nope, she is clipping into his model at this point and not able to reach that. So we're gonna reset her movement and just blast this guy to Kingdom Come. Also, their stun gun that looks like a paint roller is a little strange to me. Not really sure how to feel about the paint roller stun gun. Actually, it might be the other thing they've got. Thank you for the money. Yeah, I'm sure you are pissed at me taking your money. Ow. Rude. I might be paralyzed. Considering the electricity arcing around me, I suspect I am not going to get a turn. Thank you. I saw opportunity and I took it. I'm gonna start shooting this one. I fucked up though, I fired 2 regular shots. I meant to do a blow up so I could hit all of them, which is why I was pointing her over there. Okay, turn 1 over. I probably should have switched her to the Pyromania, because these guys are probably more vulnerable to fire than lightning, considering they're throwing lightning around. Probably gotten rid of him more efficient. But on the bright side, so far we're holding okay. And we're getting a lot of money out of this because we're stealing everybody's money pouches. Charge. I have lots of AP because you guys stunned me for a turn. Oh, that would have worked if any of those attacks had landed. Move her slightly further forward and go for just a double blow-up turn. Of course, now they're all gonna get turns right after Nina. So that might get complicated. Let's try switching to fire. Okay, well, that works out for us. Okay, I can only get 2 of them at a time anyway, so let's go ahead and reset that. Just move her enough that she can reach one of them at all. It seems to be about the same damage. So even if they are weak to this, the difference in wand quality makes it basically the same. Yep. Hey. Oh, doing my job, absorbing all the damage. This is my life. Keep burning, just keep burning, keep burning. Now, the biggest issue is going to be, this isn't all of them. There was more, I'm pretty sure, behind these guys. So that's going to make my life a little bit complicated. Yep, there's some more. Just hold that thought, gentlemen. Just a moment. Let me put my bodies back together again, and we'll be right with you. Right. Game on! And I'd go for trying to get the extra turn with Nina, so she can cast more of her magic, but she has the closest range starting attack, so it's not great. She's also real slow with it, so it's very risky, especially against things that are going to actively charge at us like these bouncers. They'd be a real problem. Good news is most of them are trying to generate more AP before they do anything. Which is a blessing and a curse, because that means they're going to do some awful things when they do make their turn. But on the bright side, they've all parked themselves in perfect blow-up range. As well as good spell range, I think, actually. Yep, they're all targetable. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Target died. I should have switched her to the Thor's hammer to begin with. Because I could have then comboed the jolt into lightning and done slightly more. So it would have hit less targets. Okay. I would like to get a turn sometime today. Rude. Fucking rude. This is what rude people get. Dead. Rude people get dead. You know, I really regret wasting a D-dive on these guys the last time we fought them now. Because that went a lot smoother than I thought it was going to. So there are still more of them. Let's top Nina's health up a little bit so she doesn't just get blasted with lightning right out of the damn fight. didn't want to push him back because it would make it harder for Nina to do anything, but Nina can't reach anyway. So we'll just set some traps. He'll probably just throw magic at me and annoy me. But I may as well try. It's not like it'll hurt me to walk through these, so it can only help. And he's being a genius and walking into the lightning, so it works out. Thank you for your money. Especially since you threw an attack at both the characters capable of stealing. So I'm pretty sure I got 2 steal attempts on that. Lower your defense, since you didn't have enough AP to do anything else meaningful. And it's time for you to get the shit shot out of you again. There we go. More money, more levels, more everything. Yeah, I'm full on fucking random skills I picked up from all the damn enemies now. Let's just try rolling for the crits. See what happens. The answer is failure. Failure is what happens. It was worth it to try. Since it's only one opponent. Because if she rolled nothing but crits, that was actually going to be incredible. And she's certainly done it before. Failed getting the Zenny Burst once. I totally wasn't fucking around hoping that he would give me a Zenny Purse or anything. No, not at all. I'm not trying to get maximum money from these plebs or anything. No, 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 no. Not at all. It's not all part of my cunning scheme to make all the money I need. No. Jesus, Lynn. All these misses are really disappointing. The man is standing right there, and she has basically framed him with bullets a good 2-3 times now. And it's kinda depressing. Like, I know I'm a bad shot, but jeez. I was checking that in case it was a Zenny Purse, because they can drop them, I believe, on top of it being stealable. Of course, you can't steal it from them and then have them drop it, I don't think. I think it's out of their inventory at that point. What's the big boy? Why is there a bigger boy? Oh, I think that's a patroller. Ooh, we'll address that in a second. Dang it. Bullets, hit the target, please. That's gonna be a bunch more bouncers, but that's fine. Zeno probably can hear me now, so thank you for the raid, Zeno. How was it? You were playing Destiny as usual? How were you doing? Ooh, an AP plus. Nina only has 66. Ah, okay. How did that raid work out? There's the Xeno. Hey Xeno, thank you for the raid. You were fine. You were doing your own thing. I can imagine. Let's see. Brain. Brain.
Hello there.
Sounds good, Z. Sleep well when you do. Losing track of where I'm going and what I'm doing, as usual. Right, this room's now full of bouncers because of that patroller I shot.
I'm in danger!
There's been a lot of this so far. Let's see, they won't care about the mushrooms I've got at all. And mushrooms are all I've got, so we're just gonna have to go in guns blazing and cross my fingers. This one does, yeah. Hello, gentlemen. Some of you come over here. Go. Start the fight. Get some good shots in their face. Yep. This is pretty standard RPG aside from, as you can see, combat's a little different. Because your attacks are very combo based. Or you do what I've been doing right now, which is just spamming the same couple moves because they're just more efficient at the moment. He's gathering AP for his next turn. Leave the mage alone. Now, since you haven't seen it before, the stealing in this game is actually very interesting because it's a passive ability based on opponents attacking you. Like, as you saw there, the steal attempt failed. That's because I just rolled poorly when they hit me. But even magic like that lightning will actually trigger a steal attempt on each person that has steal. Okay, you can make a set amount of moves based on how much AP the character has. Like, for example, Lynn's got 70, I've got 80 because I saved up some from the last turn, and Nina's got 74. Based on what skills you have assigned, based on what you either found or the weapon you're using comes with, you can use level 1 abilities that cost 10, level 2 that cost 20, and level 3 that cost 30. You can also do them in order as you're doing your moves, which I didn't get paralyzed this time so I can demonstrate it properly. For example, with my sword, I could use Slice, Side Slash, or Rust Armor at level 1. I'll do Slice, and then I can follow that up by doing the level 2 Vert Slice, and then follow that up with Wild Swipe. You can only use the same one that's in the same line without using one that's below it to reach that other part of the line. We are getting kicked around a little bit, which is less than ideal. How's people's experience looking? Okay, I can top you off with the party experience we've got. Because this is another good feature this has. You also gain party experience on top of the individual character experience, and you can store that party experience as long as you want. So it's very easy to just tip somebody over to the next level. For example, if they die in a fight and don't get the experience for that fight, you can then catch them back up without having to grind for them. Which is fantastic, honestly. We have traps, but we can't really make use of them because these guards won't be attracted to the mushrooms I have, and that's the only trap I've got on hand at the moment. The reason why you see me baiting a couple out is because they can only join the fight if they're within a certain range of each other, and the shot you saw me do is one of the 3 options I have for an overfield attack. I can use my sword, Nina can hit things with her staff, and Lynn can, of course, shoot things. Depending on who hits an opponent, they will get an extra turn at the start of the fight. if they hit me, they get an extra turn. So that's why I've typically been using Lyn to make sure I don't have to worry about getting an extra turn against me. Come here, gentlemen. Funnel yourselves into death. Save for last 10 because it's not going to do a lot in this situation. Then with a Jolt. Jolt's not lined up with Lightning, and I keep forgetting to fix that. Otherwise, I could have comboed her Jolt into her level 2 Lightning. But this'll do enough damage. Won't kill them, but it sets them up to be killed pretty easily. The only problem is they're all right here, so they're about to do terrible things. The good news is we have a lot of opportunities to steal the Zenny purses off of these bouncers, which makes them more aggressive, but it makes us a lot of money. It's 2 Zenny purses. And we can thankfully heal as much as we want during our turn. Healing items do not take any AP to use. So you can just freely do that whenever you want. I stepped just slightly too far. Let me see if I can nail this. Yes. His combos will do slightly more damage, so it's worth going for them. We'll just have her do this again, since it's just a lot more effective when she can hit all of them. Go ahead and throw some lightning. And that's why I funneled them into this little tunnel here, is because why wouldn't I do that when I can just flatten the whole lot of them in one good shot? Now he'll get a turn, which is going to suck a little bit because they have the same area effect attacks I do, but they have less AP, so it doesn't really matter as much. And with the defense down, beat him up a little bit, and he should be done for before the end of the turn. And that's that. It's another fight done. As you can see, we gained 450 for each person, and then 297 party experience on top of that. That's based on how well you do in the fight. For example, we actually had good control of the fight, so we get a pretty decent rating of 64%. That percentage being how much of the total experience I believe that you get converted into party experience as a bonus. We are running out of healing items, which is becoming a problem. But we know where to find more, because there's a shop back up at the bottom floor of this place. And the bright side is there's no random encounters. You know where all the enemies are, because they are visible on screen. So if you want to avoid them, you can. I have not avoided a single encounter so far, but you can avoid encounters. And they also don't respawn, generally. So as soon as you clear a place out, you don't need to worry about going through there anymore. I do want that, because we need those. The one unfortunate thing about this game is you need save tokens in order to save. No save tokens, no saving for you. Okay, looks like we're almost done with this place. is, because that looks like an important door. We'll go ahead and look over here first. And then I might go back down to the... Oh, there we go, never mind, there's a shop here. Thank you for bringing your shop to me this time, child. Instead of me having to go chase your stupid ass down again. We can sell all these extra skills I picked up. I may as well... at least appraise that weapon before I get rid of it. It's probably another plasma mazer because we got it off of a plasma slime. But we may as well find out. I'm getting rid of things I know I won't use. They did add a couple new things to the shop. Nothing I particularly need. I'm gonna stop buying heal kits at this point because they're not really worth much to us anymore, and just start stocking up on aid kits more. Because it'll be more efficient in terms of the space. Because those 4 pages of inventory is all we got. There we go. 3 stacks of aid kits. I've only got 1 tonic left, so I'll buy 2 more tonics. 3 revives. If that's not enough to win a fight, we're in trouble enough that I shouldn't be in that fight anyway. We'll go ahead and buy some prox bombs, because those will be fun. And at the rate we're going, we're going to start needing to use traps a little more. Our inventory is a little flooded still. But it's mostly flooded with useful things at this point. There's a save point here, thankfully. Oh, okay, the other 2 are here. They just were off to the side. Can I identify this? Yep, it's just a plasma mazer again. Rid of that. Weapon shop. Do you have any new weapons? Ice caves ahead will be pretty harsh. Okay, so there's an ice cave. Good to know. Ooh, new gun. Way out of my price range. I swear, every gun that's been available for Lynn in the shop has been just absurdly expensive. Then again, we did just blow all our money on healing items, so it's not surprising. Go ahead and get rid of her extra armor. I'm gonna keep the virus gear for the time being just because it makes me immune to virus. And I get the feeling that virus is gonna be a problem. Get rid of those. Yeah, that ain't enough money. Even with all that money we made, we ended up blowing it all on healing items, so... doesn't really matter. Now, do note the clear and retry counters on that screen. The retry counter is how many times you've used the give up command and went back to the beginning of the game with what you have. And clear is obvious. How many loops have you gone through? Because this game can be done in multiple loops. Well, we've done everything we need to do, so let's see what these ice caves are all about. Oh, I shouldn't say we've done everything we need to do, we've done everything we can do. Oh, and now I get another aid kit to take up another inventory slot. Great. I'm both happy and not happy about that. Okay, that leads up. Let's worry about that in a minute. Since we still haven't found a town, I'm going to go ahead and risk using these fairy drops. If they disappear, so be it. Let's go check on our fairy colony. Because this is another mechanic of the game that a bunch of you probably haven't seen. We actually own our own little colony. It's full of giant ants and run by fairies. Because, you know, reasons. Why the hell are you... You know what? Sure. You got to the room, that's what matters. I think their pathing is dictated by their intelligence a bit, and these guys are a little bit stupid. Don't dig down. Just don't. Just go that way. But where the hell are you going? Okay, you found a room. Good. Got some more ants we can hire. Hey, you got some decent muscle. Welcome to the team, Monver. How about you? You're pretty fucking smart. Got it. You're in. You're dumb as bricks. Get the hell out of here. Ain't that desperate. Any notes? Excavation team found a room. R2 spot. So sleepy. See, how much money do they have right now? They've got 716. They don't need more money at the moment. Got empty rooms now. We can make a market or a lab. We're gonna start a lab immediately because we've got this really smart ant right here. But they need to build the room first. Let's go ahead and set up the market as well. You're pretty strong, so you can go ahead and just join the... Actually, I'm gonna have you do your own digging. I'm gonna split this into a team of 2. Oh wow, he got really good as he's been growing up. Hell yeah. Gonna trip my brain out to have all the red ants at the blue flag and all the green ants at the red flag. We're gonna fix that just so it doesn't trip my brain out. There we go. Yeah, they're working on these rooms, so it doesn't really matter at the moment. We can't travel to them, I don't think, till they're ready. Yeah. Once they're ready, we can go there and give the ants their orders to do things. For the time being, I think that's all we can do here. What's your deal? That's not healthy, little buddy. Okay, we don't want the trash ant. Now, if I remember right, when they hit those ant lions, I think we have to go fight something in those rooms to get rid of the problem. Either that or ants just go in there and die. I forget which. Either way, it's not good. But it looks like there's nothing else going on here at the moment. This should drop us right back where we were when we used the fairy drops. Now, were they consumed? Nope. Okay, so we can go back there whenever we want. I don't need to wait as long as I did then. You cannot go through this door. Good. Yes, we're going this way then. Now, of note, this is past where I've ever been in this game, so I have no idea what's going to happen at this point. It is going to be all blind from here on. You get back in your room. Especially with how little damage you're taking. Not a fan. Considering the coloration on them, I'm going to assume they're ice-based. Probably going to want to burn them. Fire did not impress them. But I can't switch back to Thor's hammer this turn anyway. Now, as long as they are not... Okay, they're not fast. Good. That means I can come block the doorway up. For better or worse. Okay, they can't be defense down. That's a bit of an issue. Yeah, they're gonna go around me just because I can't really stop them from doing that. Yeah. What's up, Zeno? Nice. it helps to get a bit more practice with the game in, so you understand more about how things work. Okay, these guys are gonna die. It's just gonna take some work to get them dead. They don't hit super hard, so it's not the biggest issue. Slice, side slash? Yep, that was the problem. Okay. That's how I was doing that one wrong. Okay. Yeah, your special moves do have to be done in a certain order. I assume thrust is something I can learn. There we go. So those weren't as bad as they looked at first. And they dropped some armor for Lyn, which is nice. Yeah, to explain Lyn's mechanics, all her stuff's based on stringing language commands together for her shots, which is slightly unique compared to the combo system for other people. Is she can actually add special effects to her attacks based on what order things were done in. Nina's gimmick is that she can place these magic circles down, and she's also our current only caster. So she's our primary magic damage. Those are Gar's snipers, so they might not move forward anyway. Our main character over there, of course, has the power to turn into... not quite a dragon, he's kind of stuck somewhere in between still, but that's the power of making a pact with a dead dragon, is we can change shape. But there's a limit on it, so I've not been using it if I can help it. Probably gonna remove these magic circles before I end her turn because it's killing my frame rate and we don't need it. I still haven't fully figured out how to clean this up completely, as you can see. It's gotten better, but it's still not perfect. Ow. Oh, nice. We could have gotten blow up from these if we didn't find it in that chest earlier. Which, that's a thing. We missed the treasure key back in the lab. Unless this all counts as the same area, which it might. These treasure keys appear when you defeat the right enemy on a floor to trigger it appearing. And that'll open one specific chest on the floor, which usually has either a skill or a weapon or an armor in it. Basically, something you want. And it'll usually be a skill earlier than you would get it naturally from enemies through stealing. As you can see, having the blow-up skill has been very useful, considering it's been the main thing I've been having her use. These yellow boxes also will generally have good things in them, which is why I'm fighting so hard to get to them. If this was a bunch of white boxes, I would have considered not bothering, because those tend to only have, like, healing items and lesser items in them. Considering these will likely have either a lot of money or skills just like the blue boxes or equipment, I am interested. equipment, and party experience. Ooh, that's a +2 gun and a +2 staff. We are immediately turning around to find out what those are. It is unfortunate that you have to keep going back to the one NPC in order to identify things, but it's fine. They've usually been pretty good about not making it be too far away. Alright, what are these things, kid? Glacier, okay. Ice magic, very good. Ice cannon. Ooh! Contains language command, keep at it. Okay. Also a much more powerful gun than the pistol she's been using, and an ice-proof suit. Nice. Now we are going to want to go into the weapon locker and actually pull those out for people. Keep screwing up my inputs on that. Now she has one for everything, so that covers her for her magic for the time being. We do need to stock those out with skills, though. There. Stay here, out of my way. She can't use blow up with this gun, though, because it doesn't have any level 3 slots. That's going to be the only unfortunate thing with it. And it's also guaranteed ice damage, so on some enemies it's going to be terrible. That's why we're going to keep the Victorious, even though it's less damage. We're going to need it against things that are ice-based. This already comes with Frost. So we're gonna go ahead and give her Jolt as a backup. We'll put Lightning here, since she doesn't have any level 2 ice or anything yet. So that'll serve as a good backup option. Though we're probably only gonna switch to this Glacier whenever we actually want to use Frost. But let me also fix the fact that Lightning is in the wrong place. Because we can't move Jolt up, otherwise I would. Because those slots are locked. It's also why Nina doesn't have Steel, because neither of the rings we've gotten for her have a slot open for it. We now have a new level 1 skill, Thrust. Guaranteed attack regardless of defense. That's actually pretty good. Especially since Rust Armor's not been playing out that much, I'm gonna put Thrust in for the Ranger Edge for now. And keep the side slash on Plasma Mazer, as well as Rust Armor. That way we have all the attacks available. But I'm betting I don't have anything that pairs with Thrust at the moment. We're getting to a kind of asinine amount of party experience, so I'm going to go ahead and toss everybody a level. Especially since we seem to be kind of falling behind in terms of damage against these enemies a bit. There we go. I don't know what the level of my opponents are, because I don't really have an indicator for that. I can only gauge based on how well I'm doing against them. Anything I can get rid of? Extra Thrust can go. Oh yeah, the 2 copies of Blow Up I picked up can go away as well. Not enough to buy the gun. Yeah, don't be surprised if there's a bunch of running back and forth. It's just gonna be the cost of doing business. Till we can get at a good market set up for the fairies, then we probably can just do most of our business with them. And just have a portable shop that we can get rid of things at. I think is how that works. Honestly, that's how their market works, is we can then buy and sell things from them. Which with the fairy drops means we can do it anywhere. That's not surprising. Whole load of fucking blue goos. Stars we mean to go on. You have the ice cannon equipped right now? You do not. Okay, good. If she had the ice cannon equipped, it was going to be a problem, because these are all going to be healed by ice. Don't get me wrong, I took a big gamble pissing off this many of them at once. Like, this is a big confidence play. That may or may not blow up in my face horribly. Really depends on if I can get rid of enough of them quickly or not. And it's not looking like I got rid of any of them. So this is gonna hurt. A lot. I'm also not sure. I didn't switch Lynn to her ice-proof armor either. I'm just on a roll of bad choices right now, aren't I? Let's try switching to the Ranger Edge and try Thrust on these guys. Yeah, that seems to do decent damage. We'll just keep doing that. Because while it's a lot weaker than our regular attack strength, these guys have high defense. So it's worth doing that to make sure that we can actually do damage to them. Equip. Switch to the ice proof. Heal Nina. There we go. Ooh, that might be an ice sword. No, that's fine. Maybe just move her forward a little. Right. Check. Yep, very good. That answer has not changed. Because the platforming in Alundra has not gotten any less bullshit. Somebody would need to make a mod that gives me like a double jump or something in that game before I would consider doing it again. Because while that would break it horribly, it would make it so much less of a pain, so I would accept it wholeheartedly. Ooh, armor boost. Neat. Oh, there's always a chance. There is nothing out there that is a 100% I will never do this. But there are a lot of things that are at like a 99% I will not do this. I know you're kidding, but it was also a good opportunity to point that out. Because it was relevant. You know, it loops back to the old concept of everybody has a price. And I'm not saying I'll do anything for money, but I'm saying money has its ways of encouraging ideas that would have otherwise not happened. And I would agree with you on that. Like, I've played some nasty randomizers, and I've regretted my life choices. That is beyond regretting my life choices. That is actively choosing to hate myself. Oh, that rolled a lot of nope. Yeah, that ain't happening. There is no world in which that would ever happen. I get ready to tell you that right now. And I would not wish that on anyone either. We are once again at the point of the slight unfortunate thing about the way this combat is. I don't even know if she's noticed what you've said yet. Let's go identify that ice sword, even though I'm probably not going to use it in here at all. And we're also out of inventory space again. Would like to be able to buy that thunder gun before we go too far as well. I get the feeling that's going to be helpful, since things that are ice elements seem to be more weak to thunder than fire. That cleans up the inventory. Magus is just being silly. He was making a joke about you doing the Alundra randomizer we were talking about, and I shot that down ahead of time, like, no, that's a bad idea. And then he was joking about you banning him because of that idea. Nothing to worry about. It's a randomized version of that game you saw me playing yesterday and every Saturday for the past few weeks. So the one that I wouldn't recommend to anybody because of the fact that that game is kind of rude and awful. Oh yeah, I have Round Saber. Yeah, exactly. It's not your thing. That's why I was shooting it down ahead of time, like, nah. not her thing, and I wouldn't wish a randomized version of that game on anyone to begin with. It's kind of awful. Exactly as Megas says there. He likes the game, and he still wouldn't do it. And I don't hate the game, and I wouldn't do it either. You might want to get ice armor. That's really expensive too. I think I am gonna save up for the thunder rifle. Question becomes, is there anything I can sell to? Everything's fine, Zeno. Oh, I'm just short. Yeah, flave it, rabbit, hammer. Exactly. And what a choice you made, Magus. I feel like the randomizer would have still made more sense. What is the WoW for, Zeno? Let's check on the ferries while I have a moment. We've done a few fights. They should have finished building something by now. Yep, they're done building the things I asked them to build. Excellent. I don't know that way. Let's have the two teams work together on the same tunnel for the time being. Hey, you guys worth a damn? That depends on the randomizer, because some of them will actually implement an extra item like to travel back to hubs and such, and some won't. Like, I know the Castlevania randomizers tend to give you an infinite teleport ticket to go back to save points and shops and such without having to walk. But some randomizers are not that kind. So it's hard to say whether that one would or wouldn't. I haven't actually looked at it. Let's put the smart ants in the lab. You're actually brilliant, so get in the lab and off the digging game. And you'll go ahead and run the shop. Let's go check on these boys. Yeah, do report back just how horrifying it is if you do, because I'm genuinely curious, but I haven't ventured into that myself. Ah, it's a skill shop. That's actually perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Fire and Ice Blast. Ooh. And Hex. I'll go ahead and grab one of each of these. And I could just switch which type of shop this is, now that I've done that. I'm kind of falling behind on gear, so we'll make this into a me shop. Good with stuff like which part, 'cause there's a lot of different things floating around right now. Items. Researching. Brainstorms. Good for you. Researching new jobs. What research options do I have? Jobs or items? Go ahead and just work on jobs then. I could have them research better items for us, but I'd rather have them learn to do new jobs so I can give them more rooms, to give them more things to do more for me on the whole. And mind you, this entire ferry mechanic is optional, to the best of my knowledge. I mean, it is a good game. Okay, I can't withdraw right now. That is two very different things. That is two very, very different options. I mean, it would be easy enough to set up emulation for it. I mean, to be fair, you know me, I'm all over the damn place, so you're never gonna catch me out too hard with that. I think Thousand Year Door never got brought forward yet, no. It'll probably get put into the Switch N64 online stuff eventually, considering I think they put the original Paper Mario in there. It's just a matter of they're taking forever about getting things done with that because it's not making them as much money as they would like, probably. But they have put a lot of good N64 games in there, though. I'm just not inclined to pay an additional fee on top of already paying for Nintendo Online to have access to that. I mean, you've got some stuff that's equivalent to Paper Mario for PC, but actually getting it to PC through Nintendo, never gonna happen, probably. I don't think Nintendo's ported anything to PC yet, and I don't know if they ever will. I would like them to, because there's a lot of things that could do very well if it was ported to PC, but they seem to, as a company, not care about that angle. Yeah, pretty much. That's what it always ends up being. What they don't understand, though, is, for example, if they ported, like, a collection of the Pokemon games to PC, people would lose their shit and they would be rolling in money. They would be drowning in the money that would come from that. But the other side of the coin is, as soon as they do that, they would stop selling consoles. Their console sales would plummet. They would hit the floor faster than you could say a Zelda is on PC. Like, it would just straight through the floor. Because their Mario, their Pokemon, and their Zelda games are their console sellers. Without those, half the people who own a Switch wouldn't have one. Like, it's a sad but true statement. is as far as exclusives go, the Switch really doesn't have much that people actually go for the Switch for that isn't first-party Nintendo. I wouldn't say a lot of Switch games are trash, but they underperform because the system is underutilized. There's some absolutely brilliant stuff on that console, but the majority of the really good stuff is first-party Nintendo. And I don't really know if that's because they don't really work with their third-party devs properly, or what. I know there's some weird stuff with that. I just don't know what the actual information there is. It's like everything on the Switch that's come from a legitimate Nintendo IP has been very good. But and that's the thing. The weird stuff's still good. That's kind of what I mean. Is it's not bad, but it's not console selling good. Is the thing for the market side of things. Like, I've got a bunch of stuff on the Switch that's like little indie stuff that I love. But I still haven't booted my Switch in like half a year because I spend too much of my time on my PC. Because I have too much already piled up on the PC to be splitting the time. And see, I agree with you, Zeno, but you gotta think that these companies have to think in terms of the market. Well, they don't have to, but they're going to. Because they want the highest bottom line they can get. They just keep burying themselves in goddamn money so they can swim in their giant money bin like Scrooge McDuck. Also, I just realized I went in there like, I'm gonna go buy the Thunder Rifle. Instead buys skills and doesn't buy Thunder Rifle at all. Welp. Level is Hex? Okay, Hex is another level 2. Oh yeah, there's some screwed up options to that whole thing. Yep. You would not survive. Not to mention the fact that if you jumped into a giant pool of coins, you'd break your neck on impact to start with. You would not survive the impact into the giant pool of coins. As fun as an idea as that may sound, it ain't gonna work out well. And to be fair, Scrooge McDuck's still relevant now, because they made that new DuckTales show. He's just not as relevant anymore. Yeah, I've heard real mixed things. I haven't actually watched it myself because I don't have much in the way of TV or anything anymore. But I've heard that if you can get past how it's drawn, the writing is actually pretty good. So I would say maybe try just listening to the show instead of watching it. You'd lose some of the visual humor, but you'd at least not have to fight with the art style. And it might still manage to be entertaining. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying that's the only thing I could think of to manage to do that. Oh! I hit the experience out of him. Yeah, no, I watched a lot of that as a kid as well, and Quack Pack, the show that was mostly around the nephews. Like, we grew up with a lot of really good shows. That's not to say that some of what's made now isn't still good, but I can't speak on it because I haven't actually watched, like, any of it. At some point, I just kind of gave up on Netflix because it was costing me more than I was actually using it for. And then, by the time Disney Plus and such happened, I was already just not using streaming services anymore. Oh, I wasn't going to reveal the game right now. I never said I was going to reveal it. That's for you guys to ponder until I'm closer to time to do it. No, nothing in that tweet said I was planning on revealing anything. You know I enjoy letting people sit there and stew on that information. I mean, that would be the real horror games, you know, you're right. That would be the most horrifying thing I could do. But, it's not that. Don't tempt me to do something like that, because you know I would. You know I absolutely would just to fuck with people. Because I do not care. I remember you telling me about that. I think that was before I knew you that you did that. But I absolutely would have been there for that, just for the memes, if nothing else, because that's just too good. Bring that item to me. I hit the wrong button. This is the trap button, I think? Yeah. Okay, that didn't do a lot of damage. Not really, because I've not been looking. I've honestly been avoiding keeping track of active gaming news because of the likelihood that I'm not going to be able to afford a damn thing by that point anyway. So, I'm not gonna sit there and tempt myself and then not be able to buy it. I have heard some things about Callisto Protocol. That it's kind of going to end up being what people really wanted out of Dead Space to begin with. Because, you know, there's some news that you're unable to avoid getting. But I've not been actively looking for any news. I assume it looked good considering you're still excited and not just wallowing in disappointment right now. I enjoyed Dead Space. I never actually finished them because I just kind of got annoyed at some of the gotchas in that game where you would just do insert thing here and just, oh, you died because you didn't move fast enough at this exact moment or things like that. It just hit me at a time where I did not care for that kind of thing. It's by no means a bad game, just not exactly my thing. I've also never really been huge on survival horror games to begin with, because they have a tendency to get kind of frustrating. Or they're too easy. There's kind of a both around with that. They're in a really funky balance position a lot of the time. Just from a purely mechanical standpoint. And I cannot stand being chased by things. I'm not scared by it, I tend to just get annoyed more than anything. Three, I would not recommend trying as a Dead Space game. As an action game, it's okay. But as a Dead Space game, it's a little fucking weird. And at the very least, play it co-op, because you'll have a lot more fun that way than if you play it by yourself. By yourself, it's decidedly meh. Like, I would consider Dead Space 3 to be in the same kind of weird position Resident Evil 5 is, as far as how people feel about it. Because Dead Space 3 stays Dead Space more than Resident Evil 5 stays Resident Evil, but it's that same kind of weird, they stepped to the side of what the series was. Kind of. I'm not... Zeno, I like Resident Evil 5. I'm not saying anything bad about the game. I'm saying this is how the community views the game. I know you stand hard for Resident 5. And honestly, I like Resident Evil 5 more than I like most of the Resident Evil games, if I'm honest. I find it to be more fun of a game. But it does sidestep away from what Resident Evil is. Why is everyone saying that I'm saying bad things? I'm not saying negative things about the game. Trust me, if I wanted to say bad things about it, I could say bad things about it. I could think of bad things to say. But I like the game. Don't tempt me. I'm very good at finding bad things to say. Yes. And I also don't get the hate that people have for 6. It continues in the same vein, stepping away from the survival horror angle of Resident Evil, as 5 did. If the game was less buggy, 6 would be fine. 6 is just kind of broken in a lot of ways that makes it a problem. But as a game, absolutely fine. Not like mind-blowingly good, but not bad. It's somewhere in the middle. But the bugs are what kind of knock it down a pace. And as far as 7 and 8 goes, I haven't played either of them, so I have no opinion there. And if I were to play one, I'd be more inclined to play 8 than 7, because 7 looked like it would just annoy me to hell and gone, from what I've seen of it. I don't know if 7's actually titled Biohazard, because Biohazard is the unlocalized name for Resident Evil. Village is the name for 8, though. confusion carried over, but we can get rid of that with pickup. There we go. So what does that new skill do? Okay, it's a feint attack of 75%. See, I didn't mind that village was first person, that I could take or leave. It would be nice for it to be an option, because I'm always all for having more options. I've just never been that huge into Resident Evil to begin with, so I've not been worrying about managing to pull together the money to pay for another $60 game in a series that I'm just lukewarm on. Now, there's a statement that people might fight me over. Yeah, no, I agree. I enjoyed 5 more than the rest of the series. And I have played all the way up to 6, including some of the odd side stuff like Code Veronica and such. So I'm gonna stand on a weird spot here. I actually enjoyed the first Resident Evil somewhat more than 4. Actually. If that makes any sense to anyone. And I don't think it was anything mechanically wrong with 4. I think it's just some of the scenes in 4 aggravated the ever-living hell out of me. Because there are some real asinine sequences in 4. It still had plenty of the survival horror elements in it. It just became a lot easier because of the fact that you actually had better control of your character. So it is definitely tipping in that direction more, and it tipped further with 5 away from survival, which is, again, fine. But that is where a lot of the outcry came from, was the fact that it was tipping away from the survival horror side of things. Which, admittedly, to me was a perk, but I know a lot of people who really were angry about that. But it's not even because of the change between it being more of a survival game than anything that bugged me with 4. It's literally, like I said, just some of the scene designs I hated. Because a lot of it could only be solved like one way, or you just die. And just not my thing. It's the same problem I had with Dead Space, where there were certain sequences where the game would just instantly kill you, and you'd end up repeating that situation a bunch till you figure out what you're supposed to do with it. And that just takes you out of the game. I'm not a fan of instant kill in any game. I don't care what type of game it is. Instant kill is not as good a mechanic as a lot of companies think it is. Put that in that slot so I can get rid of that one. There we go. Resident Evil 1's not for everyone. I absolutely understand if somebody hates it. 2 and 3 are very more of the same of Resident Evil 1, at least in terms of all the mechanics and everything can go. It's of course different plot lines, but point being, I would agree with that, Magus. It opened the franchise up to a wider audience, and it kind of let Capcom play to their strengths a little bit better in some ways, because they're better with their action than they necessarily were with their writing. Like, that might be another one people are gonna fight me on. And I'm not saying Capcom's writing's bad. I'm saying they make a better game than they make a story. And that's saying from great to good, not from good to bad. To be fair, I feel like playing Apex in general can give people anxiety. Fair. Speaking of needing to take cover. But no, I have said time and again to people that I understand that I have tastes that will not be in line with 90% of people. And I accept that. If you like what you like, that's all well and good for you. You like what you like. Carry on. Just don't expect me to like everything that everyone else likes. I just tend not to bring it up, as I know, oh, I'll get lit on fire for some of the things I say that aren't good. I know people, for example, will light me on fire for my opinions about Final Fantasy. Yeah, I know you and I are on the same wavelength with that. I just know you, I, and everyone else are a whole other deal. I just think Final Fantasy's been going on too long, and it's just kinda just in general. I've never been impressed by the series. I think their writing is predictable, and their games are decent at best. Go ahead and hate me for it. That's just the way it is. And I'll give you 3 guesses what out of the PlayStation and back era Final Fantasy's my favorite game is. And I'll give you the biggest hint of all, it's not 7. You're in the right margin, Magus, but which of the 2? 'Cause, you know, saying the one where everyone dies is really not narrowing it down. There's a few Final Fantasies where just about everybody fucking dies. You would be right, Magus. I like 8. And part of that's because that was the first one I actually played a significant amount of, so there is some nostalgia cloud to it, and I accept that. But 8 is good. There we go. We're even then. We like the same one. We're good. No, it was not the best one. in terms of the way it was designed, but I loved it. I loved the hell out of it. Did it get weird? Yeah. Did I like the fact that it got weird? Yeah. Like, I think out of all of the ones I've played, that was the one I really could not predict the writing as much about. And I think that's why I liked that one more. It wasn't as cut and dry in the writing as a lot of the rest of the series is. And mind you, I have to add a caveat here. I have not played past Final Fantasy X. Aside from touching on the MMO for a bit, because people dragged me into that. Just, I want to put that out there now. I have not really played past 10. And yes, most people call 15 boy band, so that's probably the one Xeno means. Because it's very boy band. So I understand exactly what she means with that. I haven't played that one. I've heard very good things about it, and from what I've seen of it, I would enjoy it. I just didn't pick it up. Yeah, you could just kind of vibe with the game. And that's kind of the best part from what people have told me. Yeah, the battles move a bit better. See, suggesting I buy Taco Bell just tells me I may as well buy the game, because I hate Taco Bell. And that's another statement that's gonna get me shot at. I'm just on a roll for hot takes today without really meaning to, apparently. It's not even so much that it's bad, it just makes me feel sick half the time. So it might just be I have a bad location, but that's just the way it is. Like, I don't say these things to fire people up, I say them just because, to me, that's just the way it is. Well, yeah, you know me, Xeno, I don't pull my punches. When I throw something on the floor, I'm just gonna be like, there it is, right here in front of you. I have not played the majority of the series, but it's enjoyable. It's very goofy, and in some cases, the series is kind of up its own ass in the writing, but that's kind of the fun part. But I have no issues with the series. I've been meaning to actually play more of it at some point. I've just not sat down and done it. To put it in perspective, I've played 1, 3, and 5, but I've not finished any of them. Though actually, I do have one more. I have one more thing that might make people flip a table on the note of that. I don't hate Survive. I don't think it should have been a Metal Gear game, but as a game, it's fine. It has some questionable decisions on top of that, but we're not really going to get that deep into that whole rabbit hole. But I know a lot of people would flip a table if they heard me say Survive's not a bad game. Yes. Magus, I don't know if you've noticed this about me, but there are two things I choose every time I wake up. I choose chaos and I choose violence. I think I know which series you mean, Xeno, and depending on which one you mean, I might agree with you. So, I can't think of a series entirely. Yeah, I'm not big on Half-Life. I don't think it's as amazing as people think it is. I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's by no means the mind-blowing thing that people make it out to be. But I will say one thing that helps that series, and there's a simple matter of perspective we need to play here. Consider the time those games came out. They were very good for their time. They did a lot of things other games didn't do. But they are kind of broken and kind of rough, especially by current times. They were a very good test case. But as games, yeah, they're eh. They're nothing impressive. Like, personally, if I were going to point at an... I'm so glad you said that, because I agree with you. Oh boy. But you already know what I think about it. You heard me have everything I was gonna say about it when you watched me play it. He's running away. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I was expecting you to say you didn't like it, and that was gonna make Xeno burn you to the ground. Not playing it's at least better. There's no saving you from this one, Magus. There's nothing to be done for you. I was considering rotating back into that for October. So actually, on the note of that, this wasn't the game I was thinking about doing for the upcoming horror stuff, but I was considering doing the predecessor to BioShock, System Shock, for October at some point. You cannot escape the Xeno, Magus. When Xeno is committed to something, you cannot escape. I'd say 10 is a generous low number for that. I feel like you've encouraged that on a lot more people. In terms of how many have actually gone for it, that's a very different answer. I don't know how many have actually gone for it past 10, but I think 10 would be safe to say it has actually happened. I know you've certainly gotten a lot of people to stream it. Yeah. There's so many options. But what other game series are there that people might flip a table if somebody says they don't like it? Like, for example, what does everybody in here feel about Pokemon? Because I know people light people on fire about Pokemon. Kingdom Hearts is another good one that people will lose their shit about. And I'm gonna be another one of those people that people are gonna be real mad at, because I only played the first Kingdom Hearts and I didn't care for it. I'm not saying it's bad, it's just not my thing. I have not played God of War. I intend to at some point. I've just never actually happened to have my hands on anything in that series. And as far as the whole Pokemon thing goes, it's enjoyable, but it really is kind of very samey after a while. I prefer the games that were spawned from Pokemon existing than I like Pokemon. Legend of Zelda's very mixed. Very mixed feelings for me. A lot of the games are very good, but I had a lot of trouble getting into them. And the majority of the ones I did not care for are the ones people really love. Like, Ocarina of Time is fine, but I don't understand why people are so crazy about it. Like, I genuinely cannot understand the hype around it. As a game, it's fine. Like I said, it's not a bad game. But I don't understand why people find it so mind-blowing. Yeah, exactly. I would agree with that. I have not finished Twilight Princess. I've been meaning to, but again, too many things, too many plates spinning. I played a little bit of the Breath of the Wild. That felt good. I just haven't sat down and actually played it. I like the fact that you have more mobility in that than in most of the Zelda games. So I appreciate what they're doing with that. I just haven't sat down and played it much. I enjoyed them. I think they're a little too far in their writing in some ways. But the games are fun. Well, that's what I'm saying. They're good games. I just think some of their humor gets a little cringy. That's all I'm saying. There's like 3 of them, and they're a mix between action game and minion management. See, that's the thing. If you like that kind of humor, they're fantastic. If you don't, they're still good games, but you might twitch a bit at some of the jokes. Because I certainly fucking twitched a little bit at some of those. It's all in the kind of humor you enjoy. But mechanically, there's absolutely nothing seriously wrong with that series at all. I played all of Overlord 1. I played a little bit of Overlord 2 and a little bit of Overlord 3. Yeah, I could see that being a horror game. Yeah. Yeah. Just because of some of the shit you see in those. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Halo's another one I never understood why people were so gaga over it. It's not bad. I would never say that it's a bad series, just it's not like, oh my god, this is the best game ever made, oh god. Like, they're certainly shooters, and they exist, and they're fun. Nothing mind-blowing. And that's another take that people would light you on fire for, but, you know. Fanboys will be fanboys of any series. Left 4 Dead I enjoyed. I enjoyed both of them. Now, I'm gonna say this. I did not enjoy Back 4 Blood as much as Left 4 Dead. Something went wrong with Back 4 Blood. I don't entirely know what, but something did go a bit off with Back 4 Blood. Yeah. And I think that's kind of what happened, is Left 4 Dead 1 was the creepiest one. Left 4 Dead 2 got a little campier and a little more into the action. And then Back 4 Blood kind of went a little more in between, but it never quite hit either one, so it feels weird. And I think part of my problem with it is I got into it too early for Back 4 Blood, so the balance was all kinds of fucky. Well, no, I meant campy in terms of goofy and silly. And in terms of Elder Scrolls, I enjoyed it for the most part up to Skyrim. I think I just was tired of Elder Scrolls by the time Skyrim happened, so I just didn't care for it. Because they really are all kind of the same, just with different set dressing and more mechanics usually. And that goes for the newer Fallouts too. They're literally all just the same game, just with a different layout and some different options. They are much more fun to break than they are to be actual games. Like, this is on the roll of me just saying things that will make people hate me. And I honestly don't care. Haven't played it, so I have no opinion on it. Because by the time that came out, I wasn't really on that console much anymore. So I haven't had the opportunity to play it. That's fair. That's very fair. The Last of Us, I think, is what he's talking about. Which you probably weren't on the right console anymore for that either. Oh, okay, you did play that. Okay. Like, the only opinion I have on that, really, is the fact that I think they remade it too quickly. Didn't they literally put out a remastered version of the first game within a couple years of the first one coming out? Which just seems a little silly. Like, I feel like that's just a bit cash grabby. Not to say that Skyrim didn't get the same treatment of being remastered and reported like 17 times. Oh, don't worry, those certain events you're talking about have been spoiled to hell and gone because of the way the internet is. But we won't get into them here either way, just in case there are people listening that did not experience those spoilers. Yes, you know, what about Borderlands? See, I enjoyed 1 But that was because that was the first one I played, so it was unique. It did have a lot of problems. Like, don't get me wrong, that's a troubled series just in general. I kinda didn't care for 2 as much, but that's because I went into 2 so soon after 1 that it kinda was just more of the same kind of. And if you like that, that's great that it's more of the same. But I'm one of those people that needs new things to be happening a lot, and that game didn't really have a lot of things that were new happening with it. So it didn't really work for me that much. And 3 definitely hated people. A lot of people hated. I didn't hate 3, but I did get tired of it faster than I did with 2. So I did drop that. Yeah, bad people you're playing with will ruin any game. Even a good game can be destroyed by being with a bad group for it. Like, that could just absolutely ruin your experience with a game. I mean, look at what happened for you with Outward compared to when we played it on stream. See, and I can't fathom that idea, even with games I like. The whole constantly replaying it again and again. I just can't do that. And that's nothing against the games in general, I just can't. That's just a thing I can't do. Yeah, no, the writing for the main story in 3 was kind of a disaster zone. I will 100% agree with that. I don't think there's that many people out there that'll disagree with that statement. Don't get me wrong, it's great that you both have things that you can replay again and again. I'm just, like I said, never gonna be able to understand that. That's not a frame of reference I have. Even games I love to death, I just cannot bring myself to replay them because I go like, okay, this is gonna happen now, that already happened, this is coming up. I can't get the line of thought of I know everything that's happening already out of my head with them. I would have to completely forget it to be able to replay it. That's fair. Oh yeah, sometimes you gotta uninstall things to fit new things in. Like, if the fact that I was streaming these games weren't keeping me on track with actually finishing games more, a lot of these games would have been played for like 2 sections and then forgotten for the next thing. No. Because again, that was on the PS4 to 5, and I did not use the PS4 around the time when that came out. I love Bloodborne. As much as any Souls game pisses me off, I do still enjoy most of them. Yeah. They do like to twist the heartstrings on some of those fights as well. Yeah. Yep. That's what I thought was going on with that. It's a monster. Giant death box. Mm-hmm. Okay, the more I hit this, the number's gonna change. I mean, technically that means you got past it, but at the same time... I don't know how you would feel about continuing it even after that. Yeah. Yeah, that game's not going anywhere. You could always go back to it. Of course, they'll never goddamn port it to PC. But, you know. Totally not bitter about that at all or anything, no. Not mad that that's the only game they haven't ported to PC, pretty much. Aside from that, well, no, Demon's Souls still hasn't made it to PC yet either, but... Point being... It's a problem. Was the box back here? Or was that forward? Nope. Bloodborne, to the best of my knowledge, is still not on PC, and probably never will be for one reason or another. Somebody made a remake of Bloodborne for the PlayStation, but then there is no PC version of Bloodborne. And there's somebody I know on Twitter that's making a Bloodborne racing game, which was really funny. There's been rumors of Bloodborne coming to PC almost every couple of years without fail, if not every year. It's really funny how that cycle goes, even if it's very sad that we still don't get Bloodborne on PC. Now, Dark Souls 1 through 3 are all on PC, Elden Ring's on PC, Sekiro's on PC. No Bloodborne, no Demon's Souls. For reasons. Well, yeah, that's what I mentioned already. Which I will say, Elden Ring comes closer to Bloodborne in terms of movement than any of the others, but I still have a lot of other issues with Elden Ring. Partially just because the game is just too goddamn long. You will be there for an eternity finishing that game. And that's even if you don't beat your head against a wall against any of the bosses, some of which are honestly a little overtuned at this point. I'm heading back to the shops to clear inventory in case people are wondering why I'm now going backwards. I'm gonna clear inventory and see if I can get that thunder rifle before I fight that new group over there. Most of my Elden Ring experience was good. I'm just saying I couldn't finish it. And I don't know if I could... Yeah, that's about the right experience for Elden Ring. It's if you press on that it starts to sour a little bit. And Xeno can attest, I stubborned on with that for a bunch of time. Including with the game breaking a bit and being weird. But it's just not something that I think is worth finishing, at least not for me. There's something about them that always turns me away from them toward the end. Like, I have tried a scary amount of Souls-likes on top of the actual Souls games, and I cannot finish any of them. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Like, after a certain point, they get very stressful. Okay, we could keep at it with the ice cannon as well, actually. Is it worth it to me, then, to get the ice rifle? I mean, the thunder rifle. For elemental options, yes, I think it'll still be worth it. And she basically can't use her only other weapon in here anyway. So, probably more worthwhile that I get her this. Can't use blow up with this, just like the ice cannon, which is unfortunate, but you know. It is what it is. No, there were no other skills I could make use of. There was some equipment changing to do, specifically give her her thunder rifle, which looks like a ray gun for some reason, but you know, we can live with that. That's a thing. Unity confusion instead of sleep. That's fine. Go ahead and put on the ice gear for the half elemental damage, even though it's gonna make me slow. And that should be okay. Let's go ahead and check on the fairies while we're at it as well. And then we'll go ahead and delve further down the hole here. I don't think they've gone that far in this time frame. Nice, they found another room for me to make them use. Okay, good, they stopped there. That's where I wanted them to stop, so they don't say hi to the antlion. I was afraid of that. Thankfully, they take damage but don't die. I enjoy the not Dark Souls games more, don't get me wrong, because usually they're less clunky. But almost every time, they reach a point where I just can't do it anymore. But I will agree that a more straightforward story helps some of them. There is a lot of story to even the Souls games, you just gotta do a lot of digging to find out what the story is. But I fully understand, yeah, exactly, not wanting to have to dig through all of that nonsense to figure it out. It's definitely an acquired taste as far as the style of storytelling goes. So I fully understand not liking it. I like being able to make my own theories about it, but I won't bother to dig and get the real answer. Or more often than not, either. Fire sword. Use all damage by 25%. Okay. Yeah. That's the thing. They're good as far as games go. They hit a point where they just get super frustrating. Okay, they're still doing their thing. Like, you saw firsthand, Zeno, how I feel once we start getting to the really nasty bits of a Souls-like game with how Outward was going after a while. There we go. Yeah, you can definitely get very lost in Elden Ring, which is a blessing and a curse. Because there's a lot of really cool stuff to find, but in terms of getting anything done, it's a problem. I don't remember what having more people in the shop does, but I'm gonna put more people in the shop. See if it does anything when we go there now. Also, probably gonna change it off of a main character specific shop now that we know what the pricing and everything on that stuff is. Did this expand the shop when I added more people? No. I think might have made the stuff better. I lumped that in with Elder Scrolls because at this point it basically is the same franchise. I prefer the older Fallouts over the new ones, mostly because exactly what I just said. They're basically just Elder Scrolls with guns to a degree, mechanically at the very least. Did I enjoy Fallout 4 more? Yes. But I think that's just because of the nature of Fallout still bleeding through enough to make it more interesting. It needed work to get New Vegas stable, but once it was stable, yes, it's a very good game. And Outer Worlds, it's a good game, but it didn't hit right for me. Just to touch on the adjacent game. Couldn't care less about that series. Genuinely don't care at all. The games are okay and they're pretty fun to play with people, but I wouldn't recommend playing it as an actual competitive multiplayer game because you're going to want to put your head through your desk before the first few hours are up. Because the balance in that is a shit show. Yeah, the campaigns of them are decent. I just wouldn't recommend beating your head against the wall that is trying to play in the public pool of the multiplayer of those games. It's just a nightmare. We'll go ahead and put that back to being a skill shop, because that's the most useful of the shops for me at this point. Because the other shops are just too damn expensive. I think we're done in the fairy zone for now. I mean, it's the time of year for that. You could almost do the crazy laugh face and just have it slide out from behind a door, just like meh. I'm not sure those exist as such. You know, aside from banning. I think he still might be a little scared after the whole Bioshock thing. Might still have some concerns about that one. No, it just might land on his head at some point. Now we've got a lot of ladders to climb. But where is the treasure chest on this floor? Since apparently we got the treasure key but didn't open the box. Yeah, I was gonna say you might want to ease off now, because it was funny for a while, but we've been kicking on that for a little bit now. I know you do, otherwise I would I would have stopped you if I thought it was gonna become an issue. Mm-hmm. Admittedly, the keyword there being mostly, but, you know. I forgot to adjust her spells, because I'm a fool. Yeah. Yes, you know. Uh-oh. There's a lot of ways that can lead. To say I'm looking forward to that would be true. To say I'm very worried about where that's gonna actually go would also be true. I can imagine. Dealing with you being chaotic the whole time while trying to figure out how everything works. And that's why I'm like, content-wise, it's gonna be great. For my capacity to survive mentally, concerning. Well, I'm sure you mostly behave yourself. I'm just acknowledging the fact that you cannot completely defy your nature. And that's the other side of the coin, yeah. The wanting to get the perfect results, too. Well, Zeno, am I wrong? No, he said he went to go make food. Don't get me wrong, you probably did also scare him. But that wasn't the main reason why he walked away for a moment. I may as well just set ice on fire. Everything makes sense and is fine. Nothing weird happening here.
Bleep, bleep.
Pew. Or out of all of my range. I noticed you were up quite odd times. But you've been up wild times a couple days recently. I'm gonna say it was probably morning your time, at the very least, by the time you fell asleep. Considering when we were last talking. So at the very earliest, you would have fallen asleep at like 6 a.m. your time. But I'm gonna bank on more like 8. Yeah. Nah, I feel that. I need to fix Nina's magic, because when I moved her staves around, I forgot to reset her skills, and now they're all kind of screwbally. And I keep forgetting to fix it, because we keep getting into fight after fight so quick after each other. And I'd be the first to say I'm more focused on our conversation than I've been on what I've been doing. Which is not a bad thing. That's kind of the whole point of streaming, is to have conversations. Yes, lower the attack of the mage. There you go, you used the right move that time. No, he didn't die. Bad. I think I once again didn't fall asleep till like 3 this morning. But then I didn't wake up till like 11 or so I still got 8 hours more or less last night. So in the end it worked out fine. Just means I'm keeping slightly odd hours. Yeah, that situation's still a whole thing. I don't know what his deal is. Okay, so we've got another pair of big boys hanging around back there. We haven't seen these guys for a couple areas, so I'm not really sure what they're doing here. We didn't get anything new. To fix Nina's skills before I forget for the 30th time. Because it's not very effective if the lightning staff has no lightning in it. I'm gonna put Fire Blast on that. Put Flare on here since I have lightning on 2 things now, I think. Yes. Nice. You go have fun, Xeno. Interesting that the lurk command didn't work, but it's fine. I'll look into that later and see why that command's not working. You go get him. Yeah, maybe. It might have gotten confused. But it's fine either way. I know what's going on, and that's the important part. Of course, the only character that got immobilized is the one that needs to move. Of course. Of course. And I don't have any footlooses on hand. Well, guess I'll have a lot of AP for whenever I can actually move again. Yeah, that sounds about right. And honestly, that screaming skill really works for around Halloween, too. Camera angles. Excellent. I'm glad that it's working out already. God, it can't catch me. I have a landmine. Him. Please. Shoot him. Almost every time I've tried to play with those landmines and bombs and such, I almost always get myself in trouble, it seems. You would think I would learn. But for the sake of the content, of course I'm never going to learn. I counted wrong. Okay. That's fine. Zap zap. Ow. Rust his armor. Hit him with that. With that. And we'll go for another rust armor. There we go. Another one done. I fucked up. Mistakes have been made. Death cow. No. Well, this is very awkward being right here next to him. Of course you pushed me just out of range immediately. It's like you know. There's something just so satisfying about how silly the noise Hex makes. Hex is just... And there we go. No more Death Cow. And that answers where the chest is, behind all the cows. More save tokens are helpful. What's in the box? Paint. Dang it. Hang on. Need to make a spot. Just the HP plus. That'll be fine. Assume that's gonna be a move for me. Oh, it's a shield skill, just in general. Okay. What does it do? It's probably not gonna replace steel, because steel is too damn good. Oh, one free block. That's pretty strong, but I like steel too much. So steel will remain the shield skill of choice. That does not mean that I'm not going to get a threadable shield at some point and put Feint on it for really bad fights, since we can switch equipment at any time. And we'll just get our steel off and then switch to the fainting shield so that we don't get screwed up as bad. Everybody's close to their level, so we'll go ahead and top off everybody's level. Keep the levels moving. Let's see, we came in through there, so we want to go up. Unless I turned around. No, I think we do need to keep going higher. Yes, I went back to town enough times that I forgot where I was going. No, this shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. Let's see. She's got her thunder rifle equipped. I've got plasma mazer, Thor hammer. Okay. Important to double check when you're about to fight elemental immune things. They're all sitting still, so I can't really lure them apart. Well. Will any of you be attracted to that? Ew. Now, did that separate? Oh. I don't see the other ones, so I'm going to assume yes. Yes, it did. I've had plenty of fights where I've decided to be greedy This is not going to be one of them, because that very big slime has me concerned. Just go ahead and reclaim that fresh meat, since nothing managed to eat it. That may or may not still attract the other ones. That was closer to them. Yep, the big one's in here. Might not have the other little one. Can't reach the big one. Hopefully that means he'll have to waste a bunch of AP to get in range to do something to us instead. On the note of the pumpkin being used, if people want emotes, I do have a Fiverr these days that I will sell emotes in, if people want an emote made. You can place an order there. I can of course also be reached through all the usual means too, but I'm trying to funnel business through that to encourage people to actually use it. Two, and a lightning bolt for you. Now I will say I don't have any notifications set up or anything on here for anything regarding the Fiverr popping up. So don't be surprised if you do place an order and it doesn't like pop up on stream with a message or anything. That's not a thing that I know how to do, if that's even a thing that can be done. Which, honestly, it probably is a thing that can be done. It just might take a lot of extra work, which has not yet been committed yet. Okay, that wasn't really that worth it in terms of more damage. So unless it rolls well, it's not actually worth 2 of the regular shots. And it's always worth checking, because not all of these abilities are actually twice as strong. I assume there's like all kinds of multipliers and such that you'd have to do the math for, and it's more effort than I'm intending to put into this series so far, until we actually start getting into some real issues, which we haven't had that many serious fights yet, so I'm not that worried about it. Like, I'm sure there's some scholar for this game out there that could literally rattle off all the formulae and such for me, if they were so inclined. Because there's somebody like that for just about every E-series. But I am definitely not that person. Which, don't get me wrong, it's impressive that people can retain that kind of information. But it does leave me wondering why. And I think it just kind of files back into the same thing we were talking about with replayability before. Some people are just that attached to something. Things are going well, I assume, Zeno? Ice nuggets. Yeah, that'll happen since you were away for a bit. I'm sure you'll get back into it just fine, though. You spent enough time with it that there's very little way you're not going to be able to get back in there. And you probably have to wrap your head around the changes they've almost certainly made in that time frame. Since that game never stops changing. I should have made an inventory spot before fighting these, just to see what they give on the steals. Ah well. I'm sure these aren't the only ones of these we're going to run into. And if they are, well, oh well. They're just casting magic at the moment, so more than likely they would just give me more copies of Frost that I already have. This is when we later find out that these had the most powerful ice spell in the game in them for some reason, and they just didn't have the AP to cast it. Which, fun fact, has happened before. There have been enemies in these kind of games that have abilities they straight up can't use. Just in case of weird situations where it was somehow possible for them to use it. Or just as a scare tactic, that they'll try to cast it and then the message will pop up that they can't. Ah, there we go, I stole some fresh meat. So there's more than one thing we can steal from them, then. That's what that means. Because one of them prompted a I don't have enough space, and one prompted just fresh meat, which stacked on the fresh meat we already have. Interesting. Dropped some wake-ups. And an AP+. Okay, I'm gonna make a spot for that AP+, absolutely. That's not even a question. The skill is worth more money than the range boost, I think, and I'm not going to use the range boost in combat. Primarily because I'm just going to forget to use it. I can put that on you, since you're close to getting a nice round number. I'm going to make a little space, because I see a big boy over there, and he probably drops stuff I'm going to want. Okay, we got 3 open spots. Should be enough room for the drops and any stealing we can do. See if we can get the big guy by himself. It looks like all his friends ran off right before I made that shot. Bump him back a step. No, I wasn't slower than him. That's surprising. But he's big and scary, so we're gonna put some jolt balls between me and him and see if he runs through them. Does mean the frame rate's gonna drop to the bottom of the barrel, and that's okay. We'll just live with that. Okay, he's just saving up his strength, huh? That's upsetting. Well, you know what? Who can play that game? So I can still shoot you from here. Probably take a break after this fight. Grab a quick bite to eat to make sure I stay in good strength, and then we can carry on for a few more hours from there. No paralyze. Nope, no paralyze. Oh well. Eye drops. Okay, well we can steal the cure for what he does. So it's eye drops and wake up. That's disappointing as all anything. Why you gotta be a big monster of disappointment, huh? Each power. Okay. Okay, his drop's better. That's a shield skill, which I think, like, gives AP when you get hit or something like that. Yeah, recover 5 AP whenever you're hit by an enemy attack. That is incredible. I might actually swap steel for that on somebody. Because that could get stupid very fast in the best kind of way. Because just think of how much AP you could have if you're the one standing up front getting hit all the time. As long as you can survive getting hit all the time. Because all it would be is every 2 hits you get a level 1 attack back, pretty much. Since that would add up to the 10 AP for a level 1. Which doesn't sound like a lot in one go, but ends up adding up. I don't like the sound of the depress spell. Could you just not do that anymore? Also, I know I said I was going to go to break after that fight. That fight ended a lot faster than I thought, so we're going to go ahead and just do this one too. Basically just clear the room. And we'll do the good old go to break, run an ad, etc. thing. Ah, you can put me to sleep. Good. Could you not? Especially since steel apparently doesn't trigger while I'm sleeping, which makes sense, but is annoying. I'm assuming, though, that since we were stealing Wake Up and Eye Drops from the big version of it, I'm betting the little one probably drops mostly the same things. If it doesn't, oh well. I'm already not a fan of things that are gonna sit here and put me to goddamn sleep. We're just not gonna have any of that. Let's see what's in this box. Money! Very good. A little hard for her to reach from where she is at the minute. She can, but it's just not great. I'm just gonna throw one of those and call it good for the time being. Of course, you target the one who doesn't have steel and can't have steel. I just stab it. If I thought these were a threat, I'd actually sit here and do combos and think these attacks through and such, but really these don't need that much thought. They're pretty pathetic. Okay, just getting fresh meat from them. Presumably there's something else they drop still because of what popped up before, but... if fresh meat's one of the two things they drop, they probably don't drop anything impressive in the other spot. Ignoring the fact that the death cow is also where fresh meat steal, but you know. Just more of them running around. Oh, there is the fact that they drop an AP+, so maybe you can steal one of those from them. It's an option. I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen, but I'm saying it's a possibility. We're gonna treat this one a bit with kid gloves and see if one of our two stealers can steal anything else from them. Failed. I'm not gonna not shoot him, because that'll make this take forever, but I'm gonna weaken him a bit and then just kind of chase him around a bit. I'm just keeping Nina out of the way so she doesn't get targeted. Okay, Sleepy Shroom's the other thing it can drop, which is irrelevant. And now he put everybody else to sleep. Ah, you. This is how you die. This is what happens when you upset me. You get smote with lightning. Okay, room's clear. Let's see what the loot is. Got a question mark weapon. Okay, very good. Okay, as I said, going to take a little bit of a break. Won't be too long. Just gonna grab something quick to eat. Do all what I need to do. Probably be back in like 15 minutes. I would highly recommend that all of you do the same. And I'll see you then. And we're back. Notice the camera has gotten a little out of alignment. There we go. Much better. But we should be good for another probably 3, maybe 4 hours. More likely 3 than 4. Okay. Ah, there's bats on the ceiling, too. But you could hide them from me, didn't you? Not gonna take the bait, huh? That's right, sucker. I can't help but notice that the death cows are still in the fight anyway, in spite of me being pretty far back. So that's a bit of an issue. But we at least got the jump on them instead of the other way around. So this could have been worse. We could have been having to deal with this guy and the death cows on this bridge at the same time. Okay, I managed to fit between the ladies, we're fine. Go ahead and pick up the meat, so I don't forget to pick it back up. I could dive, but these guys aren't worth diving for. That's fine, my positioning's already where I want to be, so you can go ahead and pin me in place all you want. Just means I'll sit here and wait for you to come to me. Which is not entirely ideal, don't get me wrong. I would have rather go to them so we could move this along quicker. But if they have chosen to make this a longer fight, I'm not opposed. Because that just means I'm going to have a lot of AP to throw at them when they get here. Because the worst part for them is they stunned me out of their attack range. So that really did not work out in their favor. It meant a lot of laser in their face. But wait, there's more. Call now and receive extra lightning straight into your jaw. For the extra low price of your life. Isn't that a great deal? I think I still can't reach. Yep. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Okay, fine, I'm not gonna get you. Stand here and be sad. You're gonna get me. That seems very overkill to hit me with an ice blast at point blank range like that, buddy. It also really did not work for you at all. I just gotta be mindful of the bats that are still in this room. They're gonna drop on my head at a moment's notice. We can thankfully pull the items to me. So I can sort that out before dealing with the rest of the bats. And as you can probably tell from the bobbing around I'm doing, I've got more energy back. Hey, Magus. She might be a little bit distracted right now. She got pulled into a couple rounds of Apex. I'm sure she will be very happy to see that. Okay. It is very cold these days. Like, it went from the lows here being 60 to the highs being 60 within like a day or so, and I'm like, I can live with this. It's a little bit of a jump, but I can live with this. Okay, that could have been worse. At least Lynn didn't get confused. Me being confused isn't too bad. Guys, I'm always confused. There we go. We'll go ahead and get rid of this sleepy shroom, because I'm not going to use it. Is so many things don't give a damn about there being a mushroom on the floor. You look at that and go, you think I'm going to eat that? Oh, hell with you. Can't reach that, so I gotta pull it over to me. Stupid bats. Ooh, +3 armor for Nina. Okay. We're getting into some good stuff. Ah, that's why the door is locked. There was one more. Almost killed him in one go. If I did the math a little smarter with that, I probably could have just ended him straight off. But that's what magic's for. Zap. Like you flew too close to a bug lamp. Just bzz. Damn it. No space for HP plus. Ah. Blow up out of my inventory. Welcome back again. Ooh. Today is a good day, it seems. We'll just give that a minute to settle, and we will talk about that in a moment. I could give the whole spiel and then find out that nobody's able to hear me yet, as we have done many a time. Hey, Spanky, thank you for the raid. How you doing? What were you up to today? We're just pushing on through more Dragon Quarter. Weird game that this is. You guys actually came in at a fantastic time because of the fact that I just came back from my once-a-stream break. This one's weird. It's still a good game, but even relative to the rest of the Breath of Fire games, it's weird. I'd say it's still a fine game, but it does have some real odd quirks. Like the whole give up and retry system. Or literally mid-game, new game plussing. Which is weird. I swear Capcom loves Zenny as a currency. It's in, like, everything they make. It's kind of funny. Like, one day somebody just went, hey, let's make Zenny a currency, and then they just stuck with that for the rest of forever. I'm kind of surprised they don't make the currency in Resident Evil Zenny while they're at it. That would probably feel weird. Damn it, I cannot reach. I cannot reach to do harm. I have no regrets. I have no regrets about shifting the timeline if that becomes the reality. Plus or minus the microtransactions. Maybe that'll be the tipping point where people realize microtransactions aren't acceptable. And they'll finally stand up properly against that nonsense. Oh, and Spanky, you missed a lot of wild things getting thrown around earlier regarding how people felt about certain series. That was an adventure. So the fact that you were playing Silent Hill brings up the question of how does everybody feel about that series while we're at it. I'm not gonna name who's and what's on that one. They can decide whether they want to admit to it or not, but people have brought up that they don't like Final Fantasy, people have brought up not caring for Legend of Zelda, Pokemon got bashed around a little bit. Basically, you pick a famous series and at least one person in the conversation had something to say. it was a whole thing. Half of what the really upsetting takes were probably coming out of me. The Silent Hill games are really good. I have not played enough of them to really have a strong feeling myself for or against it. But I do know it's a decent series. And I can say from what little I've played that they do play well. Plus or minus some old jank, but that's kind of just the way the things of the time were. Magus, do you really want her to just come and chase you down again? Because you're really inviting trouble here. As you might guess, Spanky, Xena was chasing Crimson around about Bioshock a bit, as she does. Because Magus hasn't played Bioshock yet. You can only hope that she has had to refresh her chat at some point and it'll be gone. And then the overlay scrolls away and she doesn't notice. Yeah, exactly. That's a pretty good description of 3. The gameplay was improved in some ways, but the story was... There were choices made. There were definitely choices made. I do enjoy System Shock. I was just telling everybody else earlier that I might actually do System Shock 2 for October at some point. feeling since I couldn't target that, that was another Jack-in-the-Box. I should have just switched and walked up and stabbed it, but it's fine. It gets one extra turn. Oh no. Zap. Zap. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Besides, refreshing the stream on my side wouldn't really help anything. This is actually a pretty decent time to check in on the fairies again. Because it'll also let everybody who's come in from the raid see how that whole system works as well. Oh, right, there's still enemies in the room. I can't use the colony portal yet. Yep, had a feeling you were another one of those cheeky little bastards. As expected, I'm just disregarding the combo mechanic half the time and just going, you know what, let's just hit this button a bunch and things will die. There we go, nice group shot. Everybody gets to be in the picture. Now are there no enemies in the room? Can I go see the fairies? Yes, I can. Okay. Because, as a side feature of this game, you can manage a colony of ants run by fairies. For whatever reason. Really don't know what the reasoning behind this existing is, aside from Capcom felt like making this, so it happened. This is just a thing that exists. But it's a very useful thing. Can I hire? Yeah, no, you can go and stand at this sign for the rest of eternity, buddy. You're useless. You're not terrible. You're at least age 1 with some stats, so I'll take you. Anybody with a 1 in anything is not getting hired anymore. Because as they grow up, they'll get better, but there's only so much better that those guys with 1s are ever going to get. Explorer is now an option. Shop's finished. You're out of money. Well, how did you run out of money? Oh yeah, you are running into the negatives. Okay, well here, take 2,000 zenny. Cafe does make money, so I need somebody to work in there to keep this place profitable. Yeah, that's gonna run at a negative till they improve at that. Shop's making slight income as well. But basically everything in here is still running at a deficit. And that's just gonna continue to be true for a while, probably. But that's okay. Let's see if there's anything new in the skill shop. Because that's what makes this useful to us. The ants will actually sell us skills we can't get elsewhere. Well, I don't know about can't get elsewhere, but at the very least earlier than normal. Nope, don't have the... We have all of those already, so that's useless still. I think I need to add another ant in here or something to upgrade the shop the rest of the way. Actually, no. I need to have them research more items. Which, with the amount of jobs they've researched, I think it's okay if I switch them to items now, because we don't have enough rooms for the amount of jobs we figured out. That should start getting me new skills in the shop. Actually, I should do the smart thing with this shop over here and sell my excess crap to them. So we actually have inventory space to pick things up again. The unfortunate thing is they don't have an identify place in here. So all this unidentified gear is going to just continue to rot in my inventory. But we did clean up a little bit of inventory space. Or at least not dropping something every time we find an item. I don't think we can actually do anything with the cafeteria by being there, but we may as well check. Yeah, I know, customers. Know the feeling. No, I didn't want to talk to you. I wanted to talk to the fairy. No, not you. Fairy. Does this fairy exist? There we go. Okay. Right, they don't need the smart stat, they need that... They literally need the taste stat to be good in the cafeteria. I need to see who actually has good taste. Because that is quite literal. That's what the TST stat is. One of them is decent at taste. You guys are getting older. I should probably cycle you off the digging team so you don't die. Go ahead and go over there. Filio, you're gonna join the digging squad instead. That's right, you're terrible in the cafeteria. Go dig a tunnel. These guys are both smart, so I'm gonna keep them in there. All these guys are, of course, smart, which is why they were put in research. And none of you have better taste than him, aside from people that are running better things than that. So that'll stay as is, then. We read all of those. And you'll notice that the income of the cafeteria immediately went up when I added the guy with better taste into the cafeteria staff. So all we would really need to do is manage to get another person with decent taste, and they might actually start making a profit. For now, they'll just make less of a deficit. And I could turn around and go get my stuff identified again, but I'd rather see if I can manage to finish pushing through this area to where we can actually get a new identify spot. Okay, it's bug time again. Got 3 inventory spots, that should be sufficient. You need to carefully shoot all the little ones before shooting the... Thanks, game. Thanks for retargeting me mid-sentence as I'm firing. The intent was going to be to kill all the little ones so they wouldn't get involved in the fight. But it's okay. That's what the blow-up command is for. Get all the little bastards off my screen. Because all those little ones would have gotten a turn if they weren't killed. And they would have all cast Confuse. And it would have been a nightmare. Like, literally the worst. I think there's still one more on the ceiling. Yep. Big one, and another big one. Okay. That's slightly problematic, but I can work with that. Because even the big ones are not very tough. The only threat to these things is the fact that they cast Confuse, like it's going out of style, which will make your team kill each other. And it will turn into just a complete disaster, like it almost did when I was explaining that process before. But as you can see, getting rid of those is very profitable. If you could kill them all before they get into a fight in the first place, you'd actually be getting quite a bit of party experience from them. As it stands, we still get a decent amount. Party experience being spendable on anyone at any time. And it's shown by how I'm going to give everyone another level. Because we are drowning in party experience still. Yes, I did start Moonscars the day it came out. I found it to be very good, but there are a few caveats to it in that there are a couple minor bugs. Like, I don't advise using the down slam near ledges because you will get stuck, so just don't do that. And that's the only major bug I ran into. And there are some mechanical decisions I don't entirely agree with, but the game is generally pretty fair. Though it is your expected Souls-like difficult. And there are a few issues with a later area that I'm not gonna get into for spoiler reasons. We can talk about them when you get there. Yeah. Other than that, you should be fine. Power meal, I think, makes somebody do more damage. Let me go ahead and give that to Lynn at this point. Box full of party experience. Where does this lead? Ah, it loops back to... Okay, no, it doesn't loop back to a room we've banned, it just looks like a very similar room. Proteus is pretty good. I played it one of the various early access versions of it, and it felt pretty good. You pretty much have it nailed on the head there with it being between old and new Doom. It takes a bunch of the new Doom mechanics, but applies it to old Doom logic. Yeah. I think it's actually out or coming out at this point, though. I think they may have just not updated the tag on there properly yet. Because I know people were getting excited about its release date, and that it was going to be soon. I just don't know if it was now or not. But the Game Pass version is the one I played as well. Probably, yeah. Might just be doing a final touch-up. Now, I don't know if I really need the bind proof, but I'm gonna go ahead and equip it for the time being. Impact gear +1 I don't need. Astral Shell has a shield slot, so I'll probably keep that. The Chaos check we don't need because she's already wearing that. And we are up a bunch of money, I think, now. Yep, we are up to 7,000 zenny. It's been a long time since we've had that much. Yeah, even when I played an earlier early access version, like 4 or 5 months ago, it was already working just fine. So I don't anticipate you'll have any issues with it. Outside of the very odd something breaks because you chose to break something. You know, as we do. Now I'll keep those because I keep getting hit with confusion. Oh, absolutely. Honestly, right now, I would. Go ahead and grab another couple tonics. Not 7 tonics. At least one really good set of chips. I only have the one save token, but I will use it here because they've usually been pretty good about giving me another one close to when I'm going to need it again. And if we really get into a dodgy spot, there's always save states. Though I'm loath to use them, if this game forces me into a position where I don't have a choice, I will use them. For sake of our sanity. But I'm glad I went this way, because that's where the shop was. It does mean, though, that this is most likely the path to progress, which means we want to go the other way and see what kind of goodies are down in the corner over there. Well, that's not good. Hi, guys. No. Got a nice long walking path you could take over there. So I'm just gonna shoot you from here. And you guys can figure that out. Oh, I can't actually reach you to shoot you? Oh, right, because they got bumped back by the shot. Well, that's fine. We'll get to generate a whole lot of AP before they get here. Yeah. Scorn looks interesting. I'm not 100% on how I feel about it, looking at what I've seen of it. But I'm more than willing to give it a try, especially since it's gonna come out on Game Pass from the look of it anyway. And anything on Game Pass I'll try once, because, you know, what else am I paying for Game Pass for? At that point, all it costs me is time. And while I don't have all the time in the world, I certainly have plenty of time to try things. At least till people will start burying me in commissions, which may or may not ever happen. Which, since I keep forgetting to put this on a timer, I'm just going to throw the Fiverr command in there again on the note of commissions. But yeah, I absolutely agree on the note of playing things I would not have tried otherwise because of Game Pass. Because you don't have to pay anything for them once you've paid the fee for Game Pass, so why wouldn't you? Like, it would be a waste of the service to not use it. This is killing my frame rate, but this bridge is gonna kill them too. So apologies for the music crunch for the time being, whenever all of those jolt balls are on screen. But the results will be fun. It's like a field full of cattle prods. Oh, that one got paralyzed immediately. I could go over there to them, but what would be the point to having these jolt balls then? Yeah. It would make sense for the Spiral Reignited stuff to be in there. Oh, they're gonna be stuck. Huh. Well, that complicates matters slightly. I would honestly recommend picking up Humble Choice, because not only do you get the monthly stuff from that, but anything Humble publishes, you get access to as well. Which is another way people could play Moonscars, for example, is Humble published that. But admittedly, Humble Choice only benefits people on PC at the moment. I don't know if they'll ever change that, but it's probably going to stay PC only. And at the rate I say nice things about Humble Choice, you'd think that you'd offer me money, but no. I don't think they know I exist still, which is not surprising. Most people don't know I exist. I question whether I exist. Yeah, that's fair. It would only end up just amassing a collection at that point, for if you ever got one. Which, it would save money theoretically, but realistically it probably wouldn't. So in a situation like that, you're probably right that it wouldn't be worth it for you. I should probably just cleanse that last jolt pull from the screen just so it stops killing my frame rate. Oh yeah. The backlog never gets smaller. No matter what system you're playing things on, the backlog will never get smaller. That's just a fact of gaming. The backlog never actually shrinks. It only ever expands. Right? I've definitely felt that a few times. Like, even counting the fact that I have almost every game I've ever owned / currently own from any older consoles available in emulation, I still find myself out of things to play that I have the mood for at the time. It's insanity. But that's just how it is. With only 2 of them left, this is a fair enough fight that I'm just gonna run over here and shoot one. Get it at the party started. Fighting all 5 at once would have been a bit too big an ask. Even if we could have gotten it done. See, and that's always the thing. Because sometimes there is a way to play something so differently that it feels like a different game. And that's pretty much about the only way I've found to get around the fact that I won't replay things. Is if I play something just wild and wacky and stupid. Like that time I was mucking around with doing Bloodstained Shoe only. Which, let me tell you, doable, but not the best. Not the best. And I'm not saying just only the starting shoes, either. I did open it up to any of the shoot weapons to make it a little more doable. Because even with just the starting shoot, it would technically be doable. But it was a nightmare. Alright, Spanky, have a good one. Appreciate the raid. Zap. Zap. Bigger zap. Just gonna keep stabbing till there's nothing left to stab. Go, and we got the treasure key. Nice. No idea where the treasure key goes on this floor yet, but we've got it. Presumably somewhere on this path over here, considering we found the stairs up. Huh. I expected that at least one of those was a lie. Huh. I am surprised. How are their attack stats matching up at this point? 82, 85. Okay, they're pretty close. That's what I'm aiming for, is I want Lynn to have about the same amount of attack that I do, so she can do some real damage. Though she tends to do more damage than I do anyway, because she's got better multipliers on her attacks. And she, you know, has more opportunities to actually attack things. I've just got the advantage of having more AP, because I've put a few AP pluses more on me. Balance out the fact that I have to move more. Frag Ball. I'm going to assume that's a spell, even though it sounds like it would be a grenade. Yep. Ah, it's an ice magic circle that freezes them. Okay. We'll put that on there because why not? Probably won't use it that much since the trap spells haven't been seeing that much use anymore. But it's nice to have. Go ahead and sell the excess crap. It said sell the excess crap, not buy more crap. And we'll go ahead and identify that armor as well. So odds are I'll be just getting rid of it. Bind proof, we have. Stun proof we already got rid of. This ice cave has been super profitable. Seems like we're hitting the point in the game where money stops being an obstacle anymore. Which happens in all of these eventually. Now we're back to grimy, dark tunnels again. Oh, found a cutscene. Ooh, weird night vision camera. If we make it through here, we'll be in the industrial zone. Not if they have anything to say about it, I think. Bunch of rangers want us dead. Oh wow, that's a lot of rangers, actually. This seems hardly fair. Hello, partner. You're not dead yet? I thought I killed you, Bosch. Why can't you stay dead? Then again, you killed me and I didn't stay dead, so I guess it's fair. How's your head feel? Hear any strange voices lately? You're done for. You know that? Oh, the captain's here too, huh? Drac 8192. In the course of your mission at Biocorp, you came into contact with a highly experimental test subject. As a result, you are having hallucinations. Hallucinations. Now you cooperate with rebels and show unusual attachment to an experiment. All due to your unstable state. She lies. Drac, if you put down your weapon and come with us, we can help you. She lies. You still have time. She lies. Can't you just let us go? What? Are you serious? That experiment is top secret. Anyway, you're gonna die. We cannot let you leave. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see how strong they are, and need be, I will reach into that good old power of the dragon and fuck him up. Not liking the look of how his health bar really isn't moving. Okay, we're moving it a bit. Might be able to get away without using it without having retried. Okay, so we got a guy back there doing buffing. That's a problem. So they're locking onto all of us, which really doesn't seem like a lock-on at all. Just see if I can really do any damage to this guy. Somewhat. But with the amount of them that there are... Ooh, I stole a counter. That'll be useful. The fact that we're not moving his health bar, though, I'm gonna go ahead and dive. I'm not gonna get the AP for it this turn, which is gonna be a bit of a problem, but we should be able to tank through it just fine. And this is the power they're so worried about. Massively inflates our stats and gives us some very powerful attacks. But it raises that percentage in the upper right corner. That goes too high, we have a problem. But as you can see, they can't really hurt us in that form. The other two can still very much be hurt, though, which is going to be an issue. But that's also why I popped that at the end of the turn. Because one way or the other, I at the very least needed to be able to survive this turn. But I'm also not sure if this is supposed to be a winnable fight or not, because I know at least a couple of these are kind of intended to be losing situations. Or at the very least, bad enough situations that you're forced to transform. At least on the first go-around. But to demonstrate the power difference, I can just dunk on that guy, for example. You don't have to spend AP to move in this form, either. Can I arrange to Hurricane both of them? Doesn't look like it. Is there anybody I can hit multiple of? So I can just kind of coast around and decide where I want to be. Yeah, I can get rid of both these guys, actually. That'd be a good idea. They are tanky boys. But you'll notice each attack is raising the percentage. So I've got to be careful not to go too ham in this form. Okay, Lyn should be able to finish them off. There's certainly a strategy to just tanking through things in dragon form, since you're so much harder to hurt. But Lyn is managing to steal some real interesting sounding stuff this way. If she gets a turn, I'll have her get rid of those two guard captains. But I'm thinking she's not going to get a turn. No, and they're going to fucking heal anyway. I should have known better on that one. So she is managing to take a lot of hits. Yeah, they're both burning a turn to heal, so that's actually not a bad thing. So she'll get a chance to revive Nina and heal herself and Nina one turn. So they should be okay for a little bit longer. But this is also why I made sure to have the stronger healing kits on hand. Not because of turn time, but just because of how many times I was going to have to press the buttons if I kept using the weaker ones. One down. Yeah, she couldn't quite kill both of them. At least she got rid of one. We get to move again. I'm gonna go ahead and push my luck a bit on the percentage just because we are in a really bad spot. We need to get rid of more of these. Yeah, as you can see in dragon form, we are just a goddamn monster. We tear through anything on the screen that we need. But that's why it's such a limited use power compared to the earlier Breath of Fires where that really didn't have as much of a limitation on it. But I think I've balanced out this fight enough that we shouldn't need to draw too much more power to be able to finish this. And you'll notice we don't steal in dragon form because our equipment doesn't apply in that form. Which is unfortunate to say the least. Bash these guys around a bit, and then I'll go ahead and revert. There we go. That should do. You also have a couple other special moves in that other menu. I haven't really used them, so I can't speak to how good they are. But as you can see, the dragon form is very, very potent. Like, it's almost cheating. And could I have probably still won this without it? Maybe. It would have been a tight fight without using some dragon power. But they wouldn't have given it to me if they didn't intend me to use it. So, I fully intend to make as much use of it as I can, while not overusing it and causing problems. Because I do not remember what happens when that meter's full, but I remember that it's bad. Like, either game over or full berserk, have no control of character bad. I don't remember which of the two is true. Part of the reason why I didn't push it to fight these guys, though, is I don't know if I need to fight Bosch and the Captain after this or not. But as you can see from the experience we got from that fight was a bit ridiculous. So, I think that was necessary. I also don't know if there's a split timeline where you can lose that, or if you die if you lose that. Considering they were out to kill us, I would say we would die if we lost that. The dragon's power. Oh, you still think I'm hallucinating? Oh, that doesn't look good. So that was just to buy time for reinforcements, huh? Well, that's upsetting. Glad I didn't fully commit to either fighting that whole crowd or overusing my dragon power, then. Because this thing seems like it'll be a problem. Oh, that's doing no damage to him. Huh. I don't like him. Oh yeah, I'm already... No, I wanted to switch to Pyro. See if fire works on him. Yeah, just go ahead and go with Fire Blast. That at least did damage. Not a lot, but it did damage. Oh, and it's fast, too, huh? Uh-huh. So it's making... things. Okay. Get the feeling going Dragon Form against this might either be required or a terrible idea. Hitting those heals. Okay. I don't like anything about this situation. Okay, so physical damage in general heals those spikes. So I have to assume magic works on them then? Yeah. So I'm gonna have to have Nina focus on getting rid of the spikes. Okay, lightning heals the spikes. Oh! It's not physical damage that's the problem. Both myself and Lynn are wielding lightning weapons. That's why that's healing the spikes. That's why I keep other weapons in my hands, though. That's definitely another Lynn move. Battery pack? Okay. NX power's down. Huh. So let's switch to the... I think I put some skills on the Sapphire Master. What does that battery pack do? Okay, it's just a sellable thing. And of course we didn't get to use any of these skills or anything for that next part either. Let's heal. Actually, that's what I opened that menu in the first place for. Keep Nina in good shape. Now that we're not using a lightning weapon, we should be able to cut these down. Yeah, we tear through these. Okay, they're non-issue then. And odds are we'll do more damage to him, too, with non-lightning weapons. There we go. Ads are gone. Oh yeah, that's better damage. Okay, I don't think this thing's too bad then. Considering it was just spawning a bunch of little things and we just destroyed them. Fire Blast is in the wrong spot, or I'd switch to level 2s. I'll just have her sit there and flare and meow at him. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead, keep summoning more spikes. I like it when you summon spikes. They don't do anything but die now. Good crit. Oh yeah, this doesn't have thrust on it, so defense is actually somewhat of an issue. That's okay. Yeah, those are some real hits. Okay. So I think this might actually be vulnerable to ice. Yeah, no, Lynn's not doing as much, so I'm not sure. That does mean I probably should switch to Glacier and see how that plays. Especially since this doesn't have any ice, doesn't have any fire spells. I mean, Brain! It doesn't have any lightning spells. Thank you, Brain. Thank you for actually saying the word I was reaching for. I saw fire and ice on the screen, Brain just went, say the things that are on screen! No. Not what I was reaching for. Yeah, magic still doesn't do a lot to this thing. But that's doing more respectable damage, at least. I wonder if I step back to here. Now I can hit him and one of them, but not all of them. And I assume if I side slash from here, targeting him, yeah, there might be a sweet spot for that, but I'm just not gonna fiddle-faddle with that much. I'll kill that one and then get the double side slash. Lowers defense a bit. That should help Lynn do more real damage. If she hits what she's aiming at. And it's better than nothing. This is moving along without us really getting hurt that much anymore, so I think this will be fine. And she waves around a goddamn faucet as a staff. Now I assume he's gonna summon more things. Because I can only assume that this boss's AI is now stuck in a loop since we're killing its summons quick enough. It's not gonna do anything else but keep summoning. Or that's all this boss does. I'm not really sure which. But I'm kind of fine with it only summoning things that just die. Can I position such that I can side slash him and hit the summon? I would need to move more this way, I think. Nah, the angle's never gonna really play ball with that, I think. So I'm just gonna... no, I'll kill it. I was debating going all in on hitting him, but I think I'm just gonna throw 3 rust armors at him now. See if I can get his defense down nice and low. Speed this along a bit. I'm pretty sure that does stack. I'd have to do the math. I'm not sure if that turn actually did more damage than the other one or not. Either way, this is over on this turn. So unless he's got, like, some crazy big move he can pull now, this is a done deal in our favor. And he's just gonna keep summoning. Okay, sure. This was a really easy fight after the way the Ranger dog pile started going. I guess I didn't want to give you two ridiculous fights back to back. That would be a bit unreasonable. Did I see the words "it'll self-destruct in 3 turns"? I saw the words "it'll self-destruct in 3 turns", didn't I? I don't know how big that boom's going to be. I also don't know what to do about that. It's still targetable. So... But I can't hurt it. 2 turns to self-destruct. Why? I'm going to hope running away from it is the correct choice. It can still summon even while it's getting ready to blow up. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. So I can only assume that either the blast radius isn't going to be that big, or it's not actually going to blow up when it self-destructs, and that's just a scare tactic. That said, I'm still going to start backing away from it and pushing it away from us with Lynn's pushback shots. Except that doesn't push it at all. Okay, we're just going to back up a little bit. Worst case, Nina will be out of the likely blast radius. She's just gonna be, like, all the way the fuck over here, just as a safety. This way we can't lose unless he literally blows up the size of the room, in which case we just lose by default. And unless he blows up reasonably big, Lynn should be pretty safe, too. I'm the only one who's gonna get caught in the blast. Because he should be going off now. Oh, self-destruct activated, but we still get a turn. Okay. Oh. Now Nina got a turn. Ow. Interesting. Push him slightly and then run like hell. In turns to Geofront. What? What the hell am I supposed to do? Because you'd think it would be kill it, but I can't kill it. And the whole self-destruct thing apparently is a lie, because it didn't blow up. I don't know what Geofront means, but it's probably bad. NX is requesting backup. Are you fucking kidding me? Was self-destruct just the charging around and pushing people thing? Was that just a bad translation? I'm gonna try something stupid. No, lightning doesn't work on it. Okay. There isn't a use prompt on it. Maybe I'm supposed to just leave. Is there an option to just run out of the room? Annex is all alone and feeling scared. Is it just gonna keep summoning things? And the worst that'll happen is the game will tell me I can't retreat. Oh right, I'm still equipped with the damn lightning sword. Just in case there's also a stupid thing where it's like a set number of hits, I'm just gonna shoot the shit out of it just in case. I'm trying to cover all my bases, pretty much. Because it would make sense for us to escape from this situation. Mystery answer C is that I'm supposed to go dragon form and hit it. I'm gonna try that too in a moment here. We've got more turns before the Geofront thing happens, so I'm not gonna jump the gun on that quite yet. I'm gonna try the runaway strategy first. But I'm gonna keep some extra AP on standby just in case that is the answer. I'm supposed to just beat the shit out of it in Angry Dragon mode. NX powers up. I don't like the sound of that. We can't retreat. Okay. That solves that mystery. Magic doesn't do any more damage than it did before. We already proved that lightning's not the answer. Running out of options here. Like, it can't be that I'm expected to let it blow up. That just seems like a bad idea. Ooh. I stole its generator. Let's see if the power of the worm is required. Massive overkill to hit that, but we made a point. Yep, that was the key. I needed to punch it. Okay. I had a feeling, but I was trying my other options before I wasted more percentage. You guys are running out of toys to throw at me. You gonna fight me yourself now? Now you're gonna wet your pants and run like a child. Freak! Captain, we're not going with you. Track, you know it is not you that wants this. I don't know about that one. This experiment is linked with you, and now it infects your very will. No. No. I'm sorry, Track. But this is as far as you go. Now we have to fight her too. How many fights am I gonna have to do before you guys give up on this idea? God damn. What do we got? We've got some elite rangers, it looks like. Captain herself. Bosch might be around here somewhere. Might be busy pissing himself somewhere. Hard to tell. I don't see him, so I'm not going to worry about dealing with him at the minute. Just see about eliminating whatever we can. So it's looking like I might have to go crazy here. Stole V and Valor. Okay. She's got nothing left to steal. I survived her attack. Okay. So let's heal the group because 2 of us are missing health. Mostly using the group heal just for convenience sake and opening an inventory space in case we can steal more good things. I am going to D-dive to fight her specifically, though. Just because she has nothing left to steal, and she's probably going to be dangerous. So we're just going to expedite this. I am risking pushing my percentage way too high. But I can cross the bridge when I come to it. I can let the other 2 handle the minions. I just needed her away from them. Because otherwise that was guaranteed to be a fail state. Is she was just gonna plow through me and then run everybody else over. Yikes! I don't like that spell, but I want that spell. Because that was a nasty bit of magic. Hopefully we've got a multi-med to get rid of the paralysis as well. So she can still get a turn. And that's what I was saving the multi-meds for. I was sure there was going to be a fight where I was absolutely going to need to be able to keep people going. And that's the kind of thing I was saving guaranteed cure-alls for. We'll go ahead and hit her once more to put her on the floor. Oh, that's the end of the fight. Convenient. We don't have to fight the other 2 clowns. That works. If I knew that, I would have gone ahead and downgraded back to human and finished her off by hand. Bosch is still over there shitting himself. You better run. Tired of your shit. Track. Who's there? What are you? Origin. The destroyer of 1,000 years. Ian? What's going on? You have been chosen. Chosen? Me? What do you want with me? Go. Go find your fate. You okay? Something... a voice. You have been chosen. No. I just want to help Nina. Let's walk while I talk. Yeah, we probably don't want to be here for long because there's going to be more rangers coming. One thing's for sure, it's time for Trinity to take action. Wait, we're going to Trinity? I'm a ranger. I can't go to Rebel headquarters. Have you considered the fact that you're absolutely not a ranger anymore since you just killed the captain of the rangers? You've got a better idea? Can I have this? Yes. Gimme. God damn it. I want it. Pay no mind to the fact that the cube is freaking out up there. Everything is just fine. Shield skill Valor. Ah, it's a gold emblem. This. And weapon. Counter. We got a lot of good shit from that. Like, a lot of good shit. Give me Captain Zeno's sword. And what about the other one? She had two. Where'd the other sword go? I want both of them. Or did Bosch scoop up the other one and run for his life? I think he scooped up the other one, because I don't see it anywhere. And she did have two. Ah, well. So, things are getting complicated. But we pulled through that surprisingly well. We're still alive. Our dragon meter's getting a little spooky. A little bit worried about what's going to happen with that. I'm also not really sure which way the game expects me to be going right now. So I'm just going to start picking doors and seeing what we see on the other side of them. That one's useless. Right, that's where the robot came from. Of course that goes nowhere. But I'm going to check all the doors, even the ones that shouldn't go anywhere, just in case there's loot inside them. Because that was the one that the Rangers came up through. Uh-oh. You see nothing. I'll deal with them in a minute. That leaves me to believe that that one in the middle there is path forward, then. This one needs to loot. A lot of loot, wow. Okay. A reward for dealing with that nasty fight, I guess. Take tokens. And another sword. Maybe that's where her other sword landed somehow. Before we go fight those two gentlemen in there, though, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the ferries just to clean some inventory space. Because we are a little crammed on inventory right now. Increases battle experience by 5%. Gather multiples to increase experience up to a max of 100%. Okay, so I just hang on to that, I guess. Got it. Oh. To Fairyland, away! Oh boy, things have taken a turn. Not an unexpected turn, but a hefty turn. Go that way. There's less danger that way. Nice, a room. That's what I was hoping for you to find. Apparently there's no paths out of that room either. That's unfortunate. Well, even though it'll risk hitting the antlion, go that way. That's what I was hoping, that there was going to be another room there, too. I knew I did a lot of fighting, but I did not realize you guys were going to be getting that much done while I was doing that. I'm going to risk your lives. You'll either find a room or find death. Well, you're going to be dropping a rock on your head, that much is true. But that's okay, they'll live through that. Yeah. You've got good taste, so I'll hire you. You suck. But I might put you on a throwaway digging team. You're pretty bad. I'm not gonna bother with you. Customers. Excavation team found a room. More wares to offer me. Item research complete. Beautiful. let's go ahead and see the item shop and clean out inventory before we do anything else. And then we'll figure out what to do with those new rooms. They've got lightning, weapon boost, and shield boost. I'll go ahead and... Oh, right, I'm full on things. Let me get rid of things first. Then I'll take those, just for sake of adding them to the list of things I have. Got some worthwhile items from stealing that time. Fortunately, as before, can't identify things here, which sucks, but, you know, is what it is. We already have lightning, or I'd buy a copy of lightning as well. But since we got all this money, I may as well, you know, get every skill in the game that we can. Just in case I decide to make use of that. So I'm still enjoying having steel on 2 people. We'll go ahead and let them continue to do item research as well. So we'll go back to the entrance and decide their fate from there. Yeah, Explorer is a dangerous job, but it'll be worth it for us to have. I'll go ahead and put in another market as well. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and put in the high-taste guy into the cafeteria. Yeah, they're almost turning a profit. If they keep at it now, they should be able to start turning a profit in a couple more times. Your health has gotten trashed, so I'm gonna take you off of digging, put you in the shop. You'll go ahead and join the digging team, even though you kind of suck. You'll need to be able to spend some time out in the field getting older. Actually, this guy, now that he's aged a bit, has better taste and smarts than you. I'm going to go ahead and trade you out. I think that's going to be how I'm going to play this, is I'm going to have people start out on the digging team, and as their stats grow, I'll move them out into actual jobs. Oh, your stats are really good. Yeah, I know I keep throwing ravioli all over the place, but I think I'm going to move Horrell over here. I want to make the... Oh, then again, Horrell gets paid a lot. But there's a chance that they're going to make the income of the cafeteria go really high. So I'll give that a shot for a bit and see if that pays off. And I'll put you on... Yeah, the market's actually doing pretty close to even now. With these 3 in here. This is the right combination of smarts and taste, I think. I think that's still the smartest ones we've got. Yeah, the best I could do is go up a couple IQ points. I might have wanted to make a second lab instead of a second market, in hindsight. Okay, everybody's left. I was gonna actually hire the trashy guys and send them to go into dangerous tunnels. Literally just let them throw away their lives. How are you doing on money? Getting a little low. Here. Have some more money. That should hold them for a lot longer. Nothing else I can change there. I think I'll let them keep doing item research. Let's see if going in person to the cafeteria does anything for them. I don't know if checking on it does anything. I may want to reorder who's in there. Because I think that's what he's trying to say, is that there's an ant in the team with higher taste than the boss, so the boss isn't doing his job properly. So I'll reorder them in order of who has the highest taste, which is Swihug, who I think was the one complaining, so that makes sense. And pull them all out of the cafeteria. He'll be in charge. Second will be smart, but have almost as much taste as you. Yeah, the actual income hasn't changed, but that might change in the future. I don't know. I don't know if that actually affected anything, but I'm happier having the stats be in a little bit more of a straight order. Though he's not very smart, he has better taste, so I'm hoping that that's actually the factor. It sounds like it is. If it isn't, well... The other option is I flip the... one of the shittier guys into here and put the tasteful smart guy in there. But that'll slow the research down. Would that be the worst thing? No, I don't think that would actually be that bad. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll actually put Zwihug over here. No, Zwihug's stupid. No. Rochu's kind of stupid, too. Okay, let's put Capella over there. Move Pro2 into the market. Yeah, the market's now no longer doing as well. Let's see if this makes the cafeteria do better. It made it have a higher profit, but they're spending more paying the guys that are in here, because they're all old. Because I think they get paid more the more they age as well. Yeah, because the kids are all getting paid low wages, whereas the old guys are all raking in like 20s. So you need to have like young, smart people in these businesses down here. The lab's never gonna make money, it's just gonna sit there and hemorrhage money. So that's not actually a better setup then. Which makes sense because all the guys in the market now kind of suck. I took the one running the shop out pretty much and exchanged him for an idiot. The other option is I put somebody with high potential in there that's younger, like Falio, because he's growing in intelligence pretty quickly compared to how he had like no stats at all when he started. And Pelinx at age 1 got 5 intelligence, so he'll probably grow into being smart. Let's try that, actually, because Pro2's pretty terrible for how old he is. What happens if I swap that around? Yeah, now that's closer to making a profit because they're spending less. And he'll hopefully grow into being a genius. So that might actually be worth it. Question becomes, do I want to... No, I don't want to put Swihug back out there because he might just die out in the field. No, we'll take that as is. We could fire some of these people as well, but I'm not going to bother with that at the minute. Now we just need to find and identify shops so we can use some of this gear we found. Yeah, I wanted to go fight the guys that were down here. Now that we've cleared some inventory space. So I guess these are the two guys that were in the fight with the captain and then bailed out when the captain went down. So don't get me wrong, these guys are probably going to be dangerous. But it shouldn't be anything we can't handle after what we've been through. I don't think they'll be immune to anything. Yeah, no, they're not immune. I wanted to go for that because they probably have decent defense, even though they're mages. They're captains. You think running is gonna save you from a lady with a gun? Ow. Okay, the slices do enough more damage that I should have just been using those in the first place. Oh well, lesson learned. And there we go. Mage is disposed of. Wouldn't want them reporting in. Telling everybody what we done. Ooh, they also had some really good staves and armor and such to steal. All in all, we turned a very dangerous situation into a hell of a profit. And I'm glad there's a save point here. Because I would not want to have to do that fight again. Though, at the rate my meter's going up, I might have to do that fight again if I'm forced to retry because of dragon problems. Really depends on how that works, which I'm still not sure about. Indust 1. I don't like the look of that guy at all. Especially since he's got friends that look like him, which means he's probably going to attack me. Weird. Walking around with what looks like screwdrivers. Ready to stab somebody. You don't care about the fresh meat, huh? Not interested? Missed it. Yep. Knew as soon as I missed the shot it was gonna be a problem. Okay, you stole from me, but I didn't manage to steal from you, and now you're running like a bastard. Well, if you want to play like that... I know he's not the one that stole from me, but he's the one in front of me, so he's gonna die first. And then we'll go get his friend. These guys are nowhere near as tough as I thought they were going to be, though. Yes, bind the ranged character. Yes, that makes so much sense. They're quick little fuckers. Oh, you have a stun as well, huh? Great. Well, bad news for you, it didn't work. The hell of a sound. And there he goes too. Easily dealt with. Got my multi-meds back too. Oh, everybody's experience is still a bit pricey. Escape and a prox bomb. Oh, it's the little ninja dudes we saw earlier. We only ever saw one of those. Guess we're just in a den of thieves now. Which makes sense. We're on the run after all. And theoretically heading toward the headquarters of what is essentially a terrorist organization, even if they're right. In the eyes of the law, they're still terrorists. Highway Star, okay. It's not the same guys we saw before then, that's an upgraded version, I guess. But I might wrap up a little bit sooner than I planned, because I have a few things I want to get done tonight. So I probably shouldn't go too crazy tonight. That sound's never gonna get old, I think. Fighting these guys is certainly getting old, but that sound they make when they die is definitely not gonna get old. You little shit. Wait, I didn't even have... I mean, I guess they're just using that as a representation for them actually taking money without having to explain how much. I didn't have a Zenny Purse item that I was aware of. Well, either way, we're gonna be taking that back. Still more of little buggers. Lower his move so he doesn't scamper off into the winds. At least not as far. He's gonna get a turn before us. Not good, that actually worked out because he doesn't get to go very far to attack either. Not sure why he thought charging 3 people was a good idea. Guess he probably decided he couldn't get away, so he may as well go for it. Which is fair, I guess. If you're gonna die, you may as well go down swinging. With his weird little shovel knife. Any purses to sell? Okay, so I misjudged. That was the path to extra prizes, not the path to progress. Sometimes these 50-50 choices can be a bit funky. Okay, so there's 4 of the big guys in here. Switch to Victorious. And blow them up. Wait, is one of them bigger than the rest, or is that my imagination? I can't tell. I mean, I guess bigger or not, they're still just dead. There we go. Mega Aid, Mega Aid, Mega Aid, and Mega Aid. Nice. Those are all the strong multi-heals. So that is going to be very helpful. I'll probably round off to like 8 o'clock or so, my time, so another like 19 minutes or so. Then we'll raid out and figure out things from there. Aren't you a spooky looking bugger? I am not a fan of Flying Satan Boy over here. I have very strong concerns about what his beliefs are, or in what he's going to do. Okay, failed silence attempt. That's absolutely fine. We're gonna go ahead and switch to some lightning, because it looked like he didn't like that much. Not super durable. He's pretty tough, but he's not like, oh my god, I can't hurt this. He does regen, though, which is upsetting. There's the upsetting move. Unlock. Huh. Maybe maybe ice would actually be better against him then, since he throws around fire. Oh yeah, he didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. And short of me baiting these guys onto the ledge, I get the feeling I'm going to be sitting here doing a lot of nothing throughout this fight. Frame rate does not like this place, though. So if they don't like ice, let's switch her to the ice cannon then. Oh yeah, that's doing more damage. Okay. Down he goes. And the yawning is the other reason why I'm like, I should probably stop soon. The energy's dropping. I want to be able to at least give a little bit of energy to whoever we go to see. Carrying too much. God damn it. Oh, we full on inventory again. Ah, right. All of the things. Door's locked status. Uh-huh. I'm probably gonna regret it, but I'm just gonna bin that in favor of this equipment that's sitting. God damn it. I want the fire blast badly. We already know Fire Blast. Need that. Okay. Bang. You little shit. You're just gonna sit there out of range gathering AP. That's my trick, damn you. You're also not actually out of range, you little bastard. There we go. No more bats. All of the bats are gone. Thank you. It's 3. Fire bomb. Do I have anything that's not plus anything? I have the swords, but those swords are probably special, considering where we got them from. Everything else is plus 3. I'm just gonna drop the multi-meds, even though I'm gonna regret doing that, in favor of carrying this equipment to what I'm hoping will be a fairly nearby identify place. Medkit. Lovely to have, but I don't need it so badly that I need to pick it up right now. I should have just left the box shut, but you know me. Curiosity and all. Great, there's mini Rubits. Let's just keep moving for the moment. We can come back for them. Just to east. Okay. Some things down there. I find a shop. Identify child. Are you here? Giant blobs are here. That's not something I want. Regarding the big chest. Oh my god. This place just looks like it's gonna be awful. Considering it is lousy with slimes. Yes, hello. Just look at Lynn's head just bobbing, trying to look at this thing. Just like... Follow that. Oh, you go follow that too. We'll come back to the idea of killing them in a little bit. Okay, there's no path down. Huh, okay. So at least that means I don't need to deal with them. I know I'm avoiding a lot of fights. I'll come back and deal with them after I make inventory space. Hopefully. Jesus Christ. You're not distracted by food. God damn it. Hey, I wanted that. Get back here with that +5 thingamabob. I don't know what a +5, what it was, but it's a +5 something, so I want it back. And I'm more than willing to kill you for it. I'll deal with this guy. I'll let Lynn chase him down to shoot him. Or is Lynn not going to be able to reach him? Is he actually going to get away with that item? That would be so upsetting. Stole the fucking meat off the ground. There we go, Nina's got him. Wanted to make absolute damn sure he wasn't getting away with that item. We don't know what that is yet, and I don't want to lose anything I can help it. For all I know, that was going to be some crazy good equipment. It probably is, since it's +5. +2 staff. Can I make room for that? Without giving up something more worthwhile? Yeah, actually, I can get rid of these range boosts that I'm not going to use. Alright, so it looks like we're not really going to make it to a shop with any real certainty at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap up here, which is going to sound a little weird, but I'm going to basically just set down a save state for convenience value here, and we can just pop back in this spot rather than dealing with a whole headache. Not ideal, I know, but better than the other option of I take an extra like half hour or longer to find a way to another save point. Let's see what's going on. Hmm. I might actually just go without raiding tonight. In the interest of getting things done, just go with it. Unless I spot something that I'm like, yes, I absolutely want to support this without any questions. No, nothing is jumping out at me that hard. So we'll just call it good for the day. Don't have to raid after every single stream. Let's see. Tomorrow, back to Moonscars. Tuesday, remember, we are not going to be live Tuesday due to a schedule change. Wednesday, we will be streaming instead. Thursday's a maybe. I might do a bonus that day. We'll see. Friday, of course, back doing stuff with Xeno unless a sudden change in her schedule happens. And Saturday will be a horror of sorts game. And Sunday we'll be back to this. So that's your upcoming schedule, and that's all out of me. Thank you all for taking the time to be here for this, and of course, hopefully I will see you the next times, and take care of yourselves. It's important. Goodbye.